Little bit late today, folks. We're just getting this resolution regarding Commissioner Sean Wood. We've all been impacted by that, and I just want to start by calling a meeting to order, saying we normally.
Randy,
Yeah.
I'm the chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks. Just going to call this meeting to order. It is May 21st. It is the Board of County Commissioners' first meeting without Sean Wood. I want to share this board's gratitude for everybody who's here this morning to discuss the legacy of Sean's service to this community. That is the first thing on our agenda. Consideration of approval of resolution number 24-38, a resolution in appreciation of Clear Creek County Commissioner Sean Wood for meritorious service. Randy, would you read that resolution, please?
Yeah, I would. And sorry about taking off without you there. I was just, when you said, "Are you ready?" I thought you wanted me to take off with it. So I was introducing it. So anyway, this resolution is regarding Sean. Whereas District 2 Commissioner Sean Wood has served Clear Creek County for over 7 years, and the Clear Creek County Commissioners desire to publicly recognize Sean's dedication to county constituents, and whereas the Clear Creek County Commissioners and the county leadership also wish to demonstrate appreciation and gratefulness for Commissioner Wood's investment, devotion, and commitment to his home and his community, the people of Clear Creek County. And whereas Commissioner Wood had a vision for our communities in which free and thriving people are served by a lean, professional county government. And whereas Commissioner Wood's impact and hard work can be evidenced over his 7+ years through the following achievements, and whereas Commissioner Wood chose to contribute to the change he wanted to see in the world as a 20+ year volunteer for the Evergreen Fire Protection District, whereas Commissioner Wood steadfastly exercised his deep care for mental health and especially youth mental health by volunteering in the community and on several boards, including the Jefferson Center for Mental Health. And whereas Commissioner Wood's passion for people's financial security led him to contribute effort to the Secure Savings Act, which will help Coloradans save for retirement for generations to come. And whereas Commissioner Wood will be remembered for his advice to never be the first to try something, let others make the mistakes, and Clear Creek can find success more efficiently. And whereas Commissioner Wood was passionate about the need to create a community foundation made up of business owners, citizens, and government officials, whereas Commissioner Wood never faltered in his pursuit to keep Clear Creek County moving forward, remaining strong. When COVID-19 came to this community, he made sure to read all the perspectives, pros and cons, and ask the hard questions for which we are better. And whereas Commissioner Wood was a valued thought partner who listened, was never afraid to share his opinion, and often willing to change it. Whereas Commissioner Wood can list his accomplishments as including a new health clinic in Idaho Springs, balancing a budget for 7 years, making sure even during a global pandemic we could count our people in the 2020 census. Whereas Commissioner Wood was an avid believer in objective, independent studies of the county's programs and projects through which the county team could often learn about possible solutions and increase efficiencies and effectiveness. Whereas it was thoughtful and deliberate decision for Commissioner Wood to say yes to any new, it was a very thoughtful and deliberate decision for Commissioner Wood to say yes to any new tax proposal, but he did twice. And whereas Commissioner Wood has rooted a legacy in Clear Creek County, and he will long be remembered for his independence, courage, and faith that we can always do better. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners adopts this resolution of appreciation for meritorious service performed by Clear Creek County Commissioner Sean Wood. Be it further resolved that the original copy of this resolution be presented to Sean's family and that this resolution become a part of the permanent records of Clear Creek County. And be it even further resolved, Sean, you will truly be missed. Adopted this 21st day of May 24, the regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you. I think I'm just going to open up with just a little bit of comment and then hand it to you, and then we can ask for, well, actually, I think I'm going to call for a motion first. Would you make a motion to support that resolution?
Sure. I I move that we approve resolution R24-38, a resolution in appreciation of Clear Creek County Commissioner Sean Wood for over 7 years of meritorious service to Clear Creek County.
Second. And we have a motion and we're doing discussion, and we will allow the folks to comment here in just a moment. Encourage everyone to encourage us to vote yes on this. I don't want to talk for too long here. I do want to describe, I met Sean when he was running for office in 2016 at a town hall in which he had upset me with his opposition to the proposed health service district. And I had accosted him, as we love to do with politicians, afterwards about how wrong he was and how mean and naughty he was. And I let him have it for a few minutes until he said, and Sean was really good at this. He said, "Okay, it looks like we're on the opposite sides of this one. Like, I'm going to go talk to somebody else now." Very graceful, right? And so when I got elected, I had had a couple years to reflect on my enthusiasm in that moment and felt kind of bad. And I apologized to him, and I apologized to him a couple times. And he finally said, "Hey, you know what? Like, you need to know something about me. Like, if you act inappropriately, I'm going to remember it. When you apologize, I'm going to forgive you." And he's like, "Just trust me that I'm over that and don't bring it up again." And that was sort of the foundation of the relationship that we were able to build, where we sat on this board, oftentimes disagreeing, oftentimes finding a way to build agreement. We were able to build the kind of knowing, affectionate relationship that can survive abrupt disagreement. And that's what Sean was good at. Sean had the courage to show up with his opinions and correct them when he saw evidence that he was wrong. And he had the dedication to work with a couple of liberals and stay in the trenches and help direct our efforts in the right way. And so now I'm kind of rambling and I'm at a loss for words. I just can't express how much I'm going to miss him, how much I admire him, and how much he did for this community sitting here on this board. So Randy, with that, I'll offer you.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't prepare any remarks, which is the way I usually do stuff. Yeah, I think when people watch from the outside, and probably every once in a while when we get home and let steam off, people say, people get the impression that we're really at odds because we either are sticking to some philosophical or ideological difference, or we think we've got a position that we need to stick to. And in the case of Sean, I found him to be a stalwart but intelligent person in thinking about everything that we did. And I saw over 7 years that we, 7.5 years I spent with him here. First time I met him was when we were sworn in, but that we changed each other in our approaches to things, and we learned from each other, not only what we thought about things, but how to talk to each other. And I can tell you that he was a good friend. He got me a discount on my ski boots. I was looking forward to going skiing with him. I never did. And I heard from his friends and family how much he immensely respected me. And I called him after his surgery and I told him I knew he could be okay and I loved him. So I think the best thing we can do is go forward and be good people. It's never too early to say something nice to someone. And to help this place and his legacy and be a place that is nicer for everybody that's here. And I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you. So I'm going to open it up to public comment. This is not going to be very formal. I will ask you to share your name and roughly where you live. And I'm not going to put a time limit on your comments. I will ask that you, try to rein it in a little bit. and that you speak only to Sean Wood's service and legacy. This is not a time to be discussing potholes. There is a time later in the agenda for general public comment if you have a concern about your potholes. So with that, let's start with who's in the room. Which brave soul would like to go first? Just state your name, roughly where you live.
Right. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for having me. I'm Dylan Roberts. I am the state senator for Senate District 8, which includes Clear Creek County, of course. I live over in Summit County. But I'm just here on behalf of the state of Colorado and the legislature to offer deep condolences for your loss, for this community's loss. Commissioner Wood and I had worked together, gotten pretty close. I'm in my second year serving Senate District 8, and even before that, he had reached out to me about, should I be elected to this job, what he wanted to work on, and the ways we could work together. And I always, appreciated that and took him up on that offer. And he was truly engaged in matters down at the Capitol and finding ways to improve lives for the citizens of Clear Creek County and the entire state of Colorado. And I just want to thank him, his family for a legacy of service. Of course, he served as a county commissioner, but as you noted in the resolution, he was a 20-year EMS provider volunteer, which is incredible. Some of the bravest people in our communities. And he also helped start the Secure Savings Program, which is truly going to be a legacy for the state of Colorado. He was very passionate about that and worked with Treasurer Dave Young, who also sends his condolences. I spoke to Treasurer Young last week about this, helping people have financial security and a secure retirement. And Sean was very instrumental in that. Just less than a month ago, he and I were talking, working on a bill together. To find more funding for fire districts and ambulance districts so that EMS folks could have more resources and help more people. I needed him in a pinch, and I called him an hour before the committee hearing and said, I need an EMS person. Can you please testify? And he said, yes, absolutely. I'll be there. And he testified in the committee in support of that bill. And we got that bill passed, and he was a key part of it. But really just here to say I'm so sorry for your loss. It's clear the hole that he is going to leave. But Commissioner Wheelock, you said it very well that what you can do is honor his legacy by continuing to do good work and serving others. So just want to thank Commissioner Wood and his family for sharing him. He obviously gave a lot to other people. And I know he loved his family a lot. When he and I got coffee a couple months ago, he talked about his family for the first 20 minutes of that conversation, how much he loved them and how proud he was of his kids. Thank you for allowing me some time here to offer my deep condolences. And it's the state of Colorado has lost a true public servant in Sean Wood. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Lynette Kelsey. I'm the police judge in Georgetown. I live in Georgetown. I just wanted to express the gratitude of the town, the citizens of Georgetown, for the hard work and dedication that Sean showed us ever since he took office, and thank his family for sharing him with us, because I've been on the board of the selectmen for 12 years now, and I know what kind of commitment it takes to do it on a town level. County is even more, and he took it very seriously. I didn't always agree with him, but I could understand where he was coming from, and he could defend his position. And I think all of us who worked with him and knew him in this context will go on hearing the voice of Sean in almost every discussion we have. So, very, very sorry and to hear it. I was so sorry to hear of his loss, and we'll carry on as best we can. Thank you.
Bill Buckland, Empire. Thank you for this opportunity to think of Sean. We campaigned together, we worked together, we volunteered together, and we analyzed together. We didn't argue, but we did a lot of thinking about things, whether it was a foundation, health center, whatever it might be, traveling, future family plans. And just thank you for the opportunity to say he'll be missed, and it goes with the family and Sharon and everybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Phil Buckland, former county commissioner. Anyone else?
If not, I'd like to just add something real quickly. I forgot to mention this. First of all, sorry about the breakdown, but a little going on. What I was thinking about was the fact that Sean, in our recent family loss, Sean stepped up immediately and said he wanted to help arrange so that we didn't have to mess with it, do all the paperwork and arrangements pro bono to create a fund for our grandson to help him going forward. And it was typical of how he felt about families, his own and others. And I'd like to reiterate what I've heard here today also, that he was extremely proud of his children and his wife and his family and loved them a lot. And I want them to know that despite the remorse that we're expressing, that we feel here today, that it's about all of us. It's a loss to all of us, but it is, I want his family to know that this is really about them, and that we all know that this is about their loss more than anything else, because of how much he cared about family. And that's all. Now I'm done for sure.
Not me. Chad, I saw you stand up.
Chad Wallace, my wife and I live up on Floyd Hill behind the high school. Thank you for providing this time and space for us to remember Sean. Our kids went to school before we ever met. Our daughter rode in the mountain bike team with Dylan at Western State. And when we moved up here, Sean and Sharon were one of the first couples to reach out to us. And Sean oozes, I think, this idea of intentionality and strategy. Everything he does has purpose. And, we saw that with his kids and his family, the work that Sharon and he do, helping people think about their legacy. And he was a relentless recruiter. Felt like constantly drawing his friends into the work he did, both in the community up here, in his faith community. Again, both of our daughters are friends with their two older kids. And we got to see, and me personally, like I spent a lot of time mountain biking with them and dreaming about like what they wanted to do and in Latin America and our work down in Latin America. And we just had all these like common crossovers, but what was consistent with Sean was he was always thinking about the others and what he could do to make the lives of others better. The man had an amazing capacity to dream and think and analyze and draw others into those conversations. So we appreciated, and still to this day appreciate, his encouragement to just dig in our community and be positive about all the work that we get to do. We may disagree on superficial things, but we all agree on what we're trying to accomplish here for others. And so we're thankful for having known Sean. We're thankful for the vision he's given us for this community, and thankful to be a part of this community. You know, love him and we'll remember his fondly. So again, thank you for providing this time for us.
Thank you. Anyone else? And while Susan is approaching, if you're on Zoom and you would like to say something,
Right.
you could raise your hand. That would be helpful.
Susan Adams, Idaho Springs citizen and just part of the Republican Party. This isn't about politics at all, because Sean was indeed. I'm one of those men that his words had weight to them, and he was thinking about others. Difficult times. Personally, I had a conversation with him and really appreciated how he had a vision for doing much with my little. And I've recently retired and so have been able to pay attention a little bit more to what's going on in our government. And so appreciated the whole board and this in their hiring of the new sheriff in that difficult situation. And you know, it's just hard to lose a good man. And I am trusting that that the continuance of his legacy will reflect in our community. And I love living in a small community. At first, when I came, it was like, oh, they know exactly where I live. But there's a comfort in that. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to say something.
Thank you.
My name is Amy Miller. I'm an Arvada resident, but I'm here on behalf of Jefferson Center for Mental Health. And I just want to express our deep gratitude for Commissioner Wood's service on our board of directors. And I also just want to invite the community that we are here to offer support. We have provided some on-site support and services, but we know that grief does not have a timeline, especially for such a significant loss. And we are thinking of the entire community and especially Commissioner Wood's family. So thank you.
Thank you. I do want to thank the Jefferson Center for having their staff here for our staff. And I want to express, I heard that service was well used. I just want to express admiration for our staff for knowing when you need help and asking for it. It's really important. Anybody else? No pressure.
Morning. I'm Matt Harris. I'm the sheriff. Sean Wood is a big reason of why I'm here. Right before I got on board, Sean invited me over to his office for a cup of coffee. Said he had about half an hour. We spent about 2.5 to 3 hours just shooting the breeze and learning about each other, learning about our families. It was really good to know Sean. It was interesting because, Sean and I saw eye to eye on a lot of things. And I was thinking, well, we're on the same side of the issue. Why are you challenging me? And it was very, very obvious that that's the way Sean was. That even if you were on the same side of the issue, he was going to put you to task and he was going to challenge you and he was going to make sure your T's were crossed and your I's were dotted. And even the morning that Sean died, he and I were messaging back and forth about an issue and he was challenging me about something. And so I just wanted to reflect on that. Obviously, his legacy in this community will live on. He wanted to professionalize, modernize, and standardize the sheriff's office. And that's what we're going to continue to do in his honor. My condolences to this community and to Sean's family. Thank you.
Do you see anyone on Zoom?
We do have one person online.
Okay. I see Julie Suter on the screen. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Julie Suter, Regional Director for Congressman Nagoose. And I wanted to just, on behalf of the Congressman and our entire team, to express our deep condolences to the board and the entire Clear Creek community. Commissioner Wood was clearly a dedicated, thoughtful, generous leader who had a tremendous positive impact on the Clear Creek community, and he will certainly be very missed by our team and certainly, as we know, by the entire community. So we extend our deep condolences.
Thank you.
We do have another person online.
Okay, we're going to go to the other person on Zoom. If there's anyone in the room that still wishes to speak, would you just give me a little bit high sign so I know you're here?
Hold on, I'm trying to get her to join as panelist. Okay. Rebecca, you can go ahead and unmute yourself too. Perfect.
I'm Rebecca Lloyd. I live in Sean's district on the east end of Clear Creek. And I just wanted to say that, we're so sorry for his loss. He was an excellent representative from our end of the county. He was a strong supporter of issues near and dear to us: wildfire mitigation, King Murphy Elementary School. And he was a caring man, a good leader, and we'll miss him. Thank you.
Okay, no, sorry, I'm like a auctioneer. If you move, I'll call your name. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment. I really want to thank everyone for sharing. Randy, do you have anything in addition to add?
No, sorry, I spent a lot of this late winter kind of trying to whistle my way through the graveyards, and I just kind of ran out of whistles and laughs there for a little bit, and no, nothing else to say except that hasn't been said, except that I will genuinely miss him, and I was really looking forward to skiing with him, and so I'll just have to think of him while I'm doing it.
Yeah, I mean, the words that come to mind: grace, courage, forgiveness. Got to work hard to forgive somebody when you work this closely with them. I sure hope I feel completely forgiven for the various things that I did with him, and I know he is forgiven for the various things that happened between us. I'll never forget his courage. So I think the last thing I just want to share is that we spent 5.5 years together, which is kind of a rare amount of time for a board of county commissioners to spend together. During that time, we worked hard. We really built alignment, and I think a pretty solid vision for what this organization can look like and what it can do for the people of Clear Creek County. We're really lucky that in February, we came up with a list of priorities for our final year in office. And I know that Randy and I are very committed to executing that vision. What the three of us know and what Sean knew was that This government can do a lot better, and I don't mean that as a critique. I mean, there's a lot of work to do, and Randy and I are committed to carrying on that vision that we built together over these next 8 months or so.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that, yeah, and every time something is said, it makes you think of something else. I want everyone to know that it's important that that was a bipartisan consensus of things that we got a lot of things done in the last several years that we came to agree by consensus 100% that we wanted to get done. The 6 goals that we have set in front of us were a bipartisan consensus, the best we could think of when we started this year out. They are by no means the only things that we'll think about going forward as other opportunities to make things better, make improvements, and good ideas come up. And as we have a new commissioner sitting here and another mind in here that's going to come fill that void. And I look forward to the opportunities that will come out of that mind and our own as we go forward. But those 12, but it's all done by bipartisan consensus, what we can agree on for the most part. Our goal was always to try to get to 100%, so we didn't have to have a 2-to-1 vote. It was to keep working on it as often as possible until we agreed this is worth doing or it's not worth the brain damage. And I want to keep doing that and trying to make sure that we have the best possible ideas we can with the greatest level of support that the community knows that we agreed on, so that we continue to not represent the divisiveness that we have seen around us in so many places. And I'm proud of that. And I'm proud of all the work, especially that Sean did to help find that common ground. We're going to do that. Keep doing it.
Okay. I think we set a record for the amount of time spent discussing a motion. But thank you all for lobbying us emphatically to vote yes in appreciation of Sean Wood. With that, I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. We appreciate Sean Wood. I'm gonna go ahead and declare a short break here in 10 minutes or so. We will swear in our newly appointed commissioner. He will offer some introductory remarks, and then we will get to business, including public comment. Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
All right, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Mitch Houston,
Do hereby affirm
do hereby affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the Office of County Commissioner of Clear Creek County,
of the office of County Commissioner of Clear Creek County,
upon which I am about to enter
upon which I am about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability. Thanks.
Congratulations. I need you to sign over here, please. Sign and print your name.
Thanks. Okay. We are seating once again as the Board of County Commissioners. We actually started just a couple of moments ago with the swearing in of Commissioner James Mitch Houston. First order of business is for Commissioner Houston to just offer some introductory remarks. Commissioner, when you're ready.
Good morning. It's an honor to step into the role of County Commissioner. Commissioner Wood's dedication's always going to be remembered by the county, by this body, and by the staff. I'm committed to upholding his standard of service and working collaboratively to ensure our county thrives. As George mentioned earlier, the commissioner set 6 priorities for the current year, and I'm going to work with staff and commissioners to meet these goals. And I'm looking forward to getting started. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from you, Randy?
Yeah, in appreciation for the fact that Mitch wore long pants today, I think we should balance the optics. You keep your coat on. Because that leaves you as the kind of like the central father leader figure in the middle, and then the two of us will be, balances a little bit. So
As long as you two both respect your elders.
that's it. Yeah. Yeah. At least
Do our
one of us-
best.
At least one of us got a haircut. So
Okay, excellent. Well, yeah, I'll just say, welcome to the board. Look forward to your thought partnership over these next 8 months. What I should do is look at the agenda and.
Would you like a
announce what's
printed one?
next. Yes, I would. Thank you. Oh, because. Next on the agenda is public comment. If you are here for public comment, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please approach the podium, state your name, roughly where you live. You will have 3 minutes to address anything you would like. I'm going to leave it open for just a minute while people find their Zoom buttons. It always takes me about 15 seconds. Okay, hearing no public comment, we are going to move on. The first thing on the agenda is county commissioner updates. Randy, let's start with you.
Oh, gee, I was hoping we'd start with you, but I'll go first. I don't really have much to talk about today. Kind of been lost in thought a lot in the last week. I have been working. I did have the good fortune to attend the county, a portion of the county cleanup and celebration, a party they threw for themselves by the rafting employees from around the state and around the town, the county, and saw the mountain, absolute mountain of trash that they cleaned up out of the river. It was really a cool thing. And so I just want to say the same thing I said last night when they asked me to our rafting industry, the people that work for it, that they provide a pretty sustainable form of recreation that is contained and brings economic benefit to the county with less environmental impact. And the fact that, and and they live and they work in an environment that, as fun as it is, can also be a little bit hostile and dangerous sometimes. They do a really good job considering the character of the river that they're rafting on to keep people and themselves safe by almost all the time. And so it was good to see that many young people having fun and recognize how much energy they bring to the community. So I just want to say that to some people from one industry that I spent some time with last night, partying after they worked really hard. And I could not believe the stuff that they drug out of that river, the weight. And I saw people throwing things that were twice as big as they were into that can. And I don't know how they got it out of the river, but they did. I also was able to attend a NOCO meeting in which we were looking at recreation and conservation vision for the entire region this last week, and had an incredibly productive conversation that I won't go into, but it really talked about the future, well into the future, and how to be looking at the area in ways that are sustainable and maintain quality of life here while we're trying to find ways to, manage visitation to our natural assets. And I really don't have anything specific to get into now that the legislative session is over and we've kind of pulled back on that. We're done lobbying for a little while. So.
Okay. Thank you. A few things from me. First, Monty Williams, the forest supervisor for the Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest, is moving on, and so the Forest Service is going to seek a replacement. I think it will be very important for this board to think about the criteria, like what we would like to see in the next supervisor, and communicate that. I serve on the executive committee of the NOCO Fireshed Collaborative. That's a collaborative of watershed forest health organizations in the Arapahoe Roosevelt. They intend to do the same thing. And so anything that this organization can share to prepare me about, what we might be looking for would be very helpful. And we might think about writing a letter as a board or something. This will be the supervisor that probably writes the next forest plan. So wanted to just mention that. Also, we have the local, what is it called? Local Gaming Limited Impact Committee has met. We have added some flexibility to the way that patrol can seek reimbursement. I've been working with Gilpin County to, they have some thoughts about how to improve that formula. I'll be working with the sheriff to advise them on how to apply under this new formula. And applications will be live soon. So any community partners that have been able to document gaming impacts, those applications are coming soon. Lastly, CCI, the CCI conference is next week. I know I plan to attend, or Andy, I believe you plan to attend. It seems like we have an extra room. I believe that Sean had a room. No, we do not have an extra room.
He was not registered for the conference.
Okay. Then, and just to confirm, Mitch, I think that
I have travel.
are not planning to attend. So that's coming up. The other thing that's gonna move pretty quick over the next month or so is submitting legislative concepts to CCI. I'd like to come up with some kind of county revenue diversification concept to bring to CCI. We've done this for many years. Counties are very limited in the kinds of taxes that we can propose. Flat sales tax, flat property tax. There are a lot of types of activity that generate impacts in Clear Creek County that we're not allowed to tax. Our constituents are smart enough to see it. They ask every time. They say, well, what about all the raft trips? What about all the lift tickets? What about all of this activity? And the fact is, the legislature just has to give us the ability to ask. And they have not. So I'm going to be trying to form up this year's application. I think that's all for me for now, unless you guys have comments on that.
No, I think the forest plan will be written by a whole lot of people. But the supervisor does oversee that. There's a lot of staff and a lot of technical staff that goes into it. And of course, we have been the NOCO Fire Shed is a slightly different organization than NOCO itself, Northern Colorado Places, which is looking at impacts on fire from recreation, more so than fire treatment within that context. And I've been chairing that organization for about 5 years now, and we've had Monty's been a good thought partner, and he's been a good person to make sure that we spread the impacts. So I agree with George that the fact that we have a new person coming, it's going to be real important to forge the same relationship with regard to both creating a better environment to help us manage fire, as well as help us manage the impacts of visitation on our forests. And we're trying to get away from always focusing on the word recreation as opposed to the overall concept of how we visit the forest. Try to change the mindset from it's a play field to be consumed as a play field, as opposed to it's a resource to be used in ways that are sustainable. Anyway, and that was part of what was going on at this conference, was trying to create the language around that mind shift about how we think about our natural resources. But I completely agree that we need to be thinking about how we interface with that new person and build as good a relationship with that person as we have had with Monty. He's been a good partner.
Just to prove I change hats slowly, it's graduation time for Clear Creek High School. Senior recognition night is tomorrow night. That's where students are recognized and awarded for their accomplishments. And on Friday at 5 p.m., there's a parade on Minor Street. So if you have an excuse to be in Idaho Springs, please go cheer for the students. And graduation is probably Friday, might be Saturday. Thanks.
I apologize. I presumed you wouldn't have a commissioner update, but look at you. You've already been
I'm
working.
glad you brought in something important too.
Yeah, he's already doing.
I
the
can't
work
be
of the people.
silenced.
We're going to try. We've got 8 months to try. Okay, I think that closes up commissioner updates. Thank you. Next is county manager updates. Brian?
No update today.
No update. Thank you, Brian. Next is sheriff's office update. Sheriff Matt Harris. Can I get you a cup of coffee?
I'm good.
Morning. I've been here every month for the last since I've been on. We've given some pretty detailed updates, and so didn't have much for today. But the reason I decided to come on was to make myself available for any questions that you may have the sheriff's office in your new role. And so I wanted to throw it back to you, Commissioner, to see if there's anything that I could answer for you about what we're doing in the sheriff's office. I don't want to brief the two commissioners who've heard my spiel month after
I
month.
don't even care about us anymore. See, something new going on.
Yeah, let's find a time where we can meet. And I think that's the most efficient use of staff's time as well as the commissioners.
Very good. And then one brief update. We are nearing full complement in our patrol supervisors. So currently we have 2 sergeants on patrol. We're going to be making offers to 2 additional patrol sergeants. So we'll have 4 sergeants on patrol, which will, in theory, give us almost 24-hour coverage on patrol for having a supervisor. Not quite. It's one of our liabilities is not having supervisors out there on the street when you have a young, inexperienced staff. So I suspect in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we will have 2 new sergeants on board. And I think it's a big step in the right direction for our patrol staff. We do have some maintenance issues in the jail currently. We had to take some inmates out of the jail yesterday because of a leak. I'll have to get the update on what's going on today with that. But there was a leak that was coming from underneath the ground, and but that's all I know right now.
I can't tell you, I authorized some payment or some work with Blue Sky this morning, so
Okay.
a building staff brought to me, so.
Oh, good. So to you.
Something's going on.
Okay. Good. As long as you got the bill, Brian, and I'm. That's all I have. Anything else?
No, I think this, similarly to, of course, you're getting together with, Commissioner Houston to do some, to continue, getting him oriented to everything we're doing right now. There are a couple of things, but I don't think this is the right venue to go in. I just need to sit down with you. There are a couple of kind of micromanagement thoughts that I had. Obviously, I can't micromanage anything you do, but I know you're a cooperative guy, and I wanted to think about, and I know there's some things that you cared about with regard to how we're dealing with some of the activity on a couple of our back roads. They're very hard for you to staff and get anybody up there for any amount of time, but think about strategies through which we could use some kind of flex time or something to create a presence that impacts some of the behavior on a couple of our back roads where we don't have so many residents, but some of the recreational traffic. But I think it's a longer conversation than we would want to.
I will say that once we get patrol up to staffing, we'll be able to have more flexibility. I have been in the Evergreen side of the county 3 times in the last week, and all 3 times I saw our patrol guys out there. And so to me, because the folks on that side through the emerge,
Understood.
They'd asked for it, but obviously it's a large county, and we need to go on your side of the county as well.
Understood. And I'm not even saying that you're neglecting anything. I'm just saying how we can think about how for the future, how as you get up to staffing, how we might be able to make even a minimal presence on some areas that I know you don't have time to deal with it all right now. So
that is
not
our
a criticism at all.
No, I didn't take it that way. And that's our goal, and to have a little bit more exposure and to get off the freeway a little bit where applicable. So.
Okay. I don't think I have any questions. Thank you for being here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks. Yeah.
Thanks.
Next on the agenda, communications update. Megan Heiler, what do you have for us?
I just have a quick update. I actually got this from Clear Creek EMS a few weeks ago, and we just recently shared it on their Facebook page, but I think it's really cool to highlight the good work they're doing over at Clear Creek EMS. I'm sure you guys are familiar, but for those who aren't familiar, 4 years ago, EMS implemented a targeted cardiac arrest training program, and their goal was to increase survival rates with good neurological outcomes. So basically people that could walk out of the hospital and still be able to function in real life after they had a cardiac arrest. And we recently got back some data. So this is compared to the state and compared nationally. In 2023, 50% of people that had a cardiac arrest in Clear Creek County had a good neurological outcome, meaning they walked out of the hospital and they were able to have a good quality of life after. In the state, it was 9.7%, and in the country, it was 8.1%. So Clear Creek EMS is doing amazing stuff. The training's amazing, and I just wanted to give them a shout out and show that we appreciated them and that they're doing really cool stuff over there. So. And that's all I have for communications.
Anything else? Any questions?
Nope.
All right. Thank you guys for being efficient this morning. Next is a local liquor licensing authority agenda. So we are now sitting as the local liquor licensing authority. Annette Reimer to present the approval of renewal of bed and breakfast permit for AMMA Lodging Incorporated. I think the first thing to do is open this hearing up and call for public comment. Do I hear any public comment on this application? If you're on Zoom, you can push the raise hand button. Seeing no public comment, we're going to close public comment. This is an administrative approval. Nanette, do you recommend approval?
We would recommend approval. Everything looks fine with the application.
The application is approved. Thank you.
Great,
Any
thank you.
comments from my colleagues?
No, and when it's this simple, I think that's a good way to go. I know sometimes what we've done is, in the past has, if we are doing a presentation about it and having any discussion of it, like what it's about, is to let people be informed and then ask for public comment, just a thought, but as opposed to asking it right at the outset. They haven't had a chance to listen to the presentation, but I don't think in this case that matters at all. So.
Okay.
I appreciate how thorough your review was. It was an easy read.
Great.
Thanks.
Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Okay, it is approved based on your recommendation. Next, we have, and Mitch, I wouldn't blame you for not voting on items B and C. I don't know how you could verify those minutes.
No, but I trust staff.
Okay, so is there anything that we want to? I do have some items I want to comment on that I plan to do during discussion of the motion. And we'll have an opportunity, obviously, as well.
Mhm.
About you, Randy?
I don't see anything that needs to be pulled, so for separate consideration.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and read the consent agenda. Item number A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item number B, consideration of approval of 2020 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes from April 9th, 16th, 21st, 23rd, 28th, May 6th, 11th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 18th, 19th, 26th, 27th. Item C, consideration approval of 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes from March 19th, 2024, April 1st, 2024, April 16th, 2024, April 25th, 2024. Item D, consideration of approval of a water leasing and basin-wide augmentation plan participation agreement with Alvarado Development LLC for the Taco Bell in Dumont. Item E, consideration of approval of third amendment to Floyd Hill parking area contract for civil engineering services with Malloy Engineering Company Incorporated. Item F, consideration of approval of ratification of grant or agreement between the U.S. Forest Service and Clear Creek County 22-LE-1102-100-020 mod 002. G, consideration of approval of task order number 3 in accordance with agreement between Clear Creek County and Roxhole Consulting Group. H, consideration of approval of contract amendment number 25 IBEH 188961 for jail-based behavioral health services.
Mr. Chair, before you take any motions, there are a few Scrivener's corrections that we'd like to make on some of the documents, the warrant register, some other items, just to correct the signature pages, things like that. They're simply informed, not substantive changes. So if any motion you could make, if you could just note that subject to staff making those minor changes, please.
Okay. Would either of you like to make a motion?
I'd like to move that we approve the consent agenda with addendums and modifications by staff.
Second,
Discussion?
go ahead.
I wanted to observe during last year's budgeting cycle, we discussed moving, I think the best way to describe this is finance services from the sheriff's office to the finance department. That would be services related to invoicing, et cetera. What I see in the memo of this agreement on item F is that the sheriff's office plans to continue to submit invoices. And so this is just a comment that I would ask staff to check in on that transition that the board asked for, and update the board on how that transition is going. That's my only comment on the consent agenda. Anybody else?
No.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next on the agenda, we have an action session, consideration of resolution 24-36, appointing new chair and vice chair of the Board of County Commissioners and approving the amended list of appointments. Beth is on this. She's not here. I think what we have to discuss here today is the appointment for the Jefferson Center. We received an email yesterday describing a change in the board of the Jefferson Center. We used to have Clear Creek and Gilpin each had an appointment, and then Clear Creek and Gilpin shared an appointment. That was three people. That has now changed so that Clear Creek and Gilpin each get an appointment, but that shared appointment has gone away. The ask from the Jefferson Center has been to appoint Chad Holtzman. I hope I'm saying his name right.
Correct.
In Sean's stead. We're doing this because Sean has vacated that seat. Randy asked the question whether Chad was a resident of Clear Creek County. Chad is not. Chad lives in Blackhawk. So we have a decision to make, which we don't have to make today, about whether we want to appoint one of us or Chad. I think what I will share is that I think it's better for me not to serve on that board because I serve on the GROC. I would welcome either of you. And so what do you guys think? Who wants to go first?
Well, the first thing I think is that what they've asked for is during this period of transition to a new number on the board and some reorganization, that they have stability by having people that have been sitting on the board up till now. I think while I can appreciate that, I think there's a strong counter argument that there's always going to be a turnover on boards every time you make new appointments. And as long as we're appointing a competent person, I think as high a priority or a higher one to me as a representative of Clear Creek County is that Clear Creek County is actually represented on the board of JCMH as opposed to having two people from Gilpin representing the interest of Clear Creek and Gilpin County. I don't think it's responsible of us to not have somebody that's there solely who's there for the good of the whole, the body of the whole, but is also there making sure that we have representation on that board. It's not that I distrust people on the board, but we should trust but verify. I'd be actually happy to, if we chose it to be one of our two county commissioners as opposed to someone else from the community, I would be happy to serve in that role for the balance of my term. But I'm also open to other thoughts, so.
I would be concerned that Clear Creek County would get lost in the transition from Jefferson Center to the merged entity that's going to include a great deal of Metro Denver.
Right.
And maybe there's a half step, maybe the gentleman from Gilpin is appointed with a limited term until the next Board of County Commissioners are seated. Then you get continuity for a while, and then perhaps you have direct representation. I'm not stuck with that, just throwing that out as a possibility. And I kind of like the idea of not deciding today, but when do we need to?
I think it's safe to assume that if the Jefferson Center's board can have a quorum without, us filling this vacancy immediately, if we want to spend some time thinking about it.
They meet the fourth Monday of every month at 5:30 p.m.
So if we decided that person would be at the next meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, the way I'm leaning, I do think over the next 8 months, having a representative of Clear Creek County on that board, I mean, especially during this transition, it just makes sense to me. So I would encourage one of you to think about whether you can fit that onto your plate. And I'm happy to just not make an appointment today, if that's what.
Yeah, I'm fine with not making an appointment as we think about this. However, I do think that the sooner we make it is better with another meeting coming up. Every meeting that goes forward, we need to create new certainty for JCMH about who is sitting in the chair. And with us having this conversation and pondering it in this meeting and expressing these ideas, then it kind of leaves Mr. Holtzman sitting out there and JCMH sitting out there wondering who's going to be in the chair the month after that. So it makes this month's participation tenuous. So I would say certainly by our next meeting, which will be the first meeting of next month, which will be after the next meeting of JCMH. And I already expressed my willingness if we do decide to do that, if we do decide to send.
So my travel schedule makes fourth Mondays a challenge. So are you available for Monday's meeting?
I could be, yeah. Yeah, I would make it a priority.
I can't speak to whether there is a meeting this Monday. It's Memorial Day, so just so you're aware.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, so there's
Good
not one
point.
this Monday, yeah.
Well, if you've got a
So should we ask when the next meeting is? Maybe we have a person in the room that knows.
Yeah, it may have been moved to this week actually, because
Meeting yesterday.
Do you have a gal from JCMH raising her hand online? If we would like to get,
Oh, yeah, if you have someone
yeah,
that
if
has,
someone from JCMH would like to speak, that's fine.
okay. One second.
sorry.
There she is. Sarah, you can go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Sarah Posey, Jefferson Center. I work closely with the board. Our next meeting is actually June 3rd. If you want to make a decision by then, it's fine. The next subsequent meeting will be July 1st.
I mean, I'm inclined, given Mitch's schedule, given your interest, I'm inclined to just appoint you today. Randy,
Okay, I'm willing.
I'm good with that.
And what time is the meeting?
It is 5:30 p.m.
Okay.
This meeting will be hybrid, so we will be in person at our Jefferson Center offices in Wheat Ridge, but also via Zoom. So whatever's easiest for you to attend. That's great.
I'm actually in Denver earlier that afternoon, so it's easy for me. It's perfect for me to attend in person.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. We'll be serving dinner as well. So we'll be
I'll
glad
look
to have
forward
you
to
in
it.
person.
Thank you. Well, we haven't actually voted on anything yet, so I'm jumping the gun a little bit. But assuming that a motion is made and passes,
Mr. Chair, before you make a motion as well, I just want to alert you to two other changes that staff has made to the list. The zoning official has changed since the last appointments. It is now Adam Springer, so we would request that any motion incorporate that change reflected. And additionally, a position that was vacant now that Fred Rollenhagen has left the county, the Colorado Watershed and Forest Health Partnership, Lisa Laban, has graciously agreed to serve on that.
great.
Okay.
Thanks, Lisa.
I don't see any reason for further discussion. I would
No.
welcome a motion.
No. Who wants to make the motion here? I guess I'll make a motion to approve R24-36 with the appointment of, as published, with the appointment of myself to the JCMH board, which I don't think was included in here, so.
You won't see that reflected in the packet, but I've made the changes to this version.
Okay.
We still need a second, sorry.
Okay, it's proper motion. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you all. Next is consideration of resolution number 24-30, a resolution to designate May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month. We do have a presenter here. If you would please come up, and what we're gonna do is have you
Wherever.
have a seat, unless you'd prefer to stand. We're gonna have you describe Mental Health Awareness Month, and then one of the three of us will read this proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Hello, my name is Amy Miller, and I'm the Director of Adult Outpatient Services at Jefferson Center. I oversee our mountain services delivery as well here in Clear Creek, Gilpin, and rural Jeffco. And on behalf of everyone at Jefferson Center, from our dedicated board and staff to the wonderful people we have the privilege to serve, I want to thank you for declaring May as Mental Health Month in Clear Creek County. Mental Health Month has been a cornerstone of advocacy since it began in 1949, serving as an important way for us to start conversations about mental health, break down stigma, raise awareness, and provide critical resources for mental health care in our community. As a nonprofit community mental health center, Jefferson Center is deeply committed to providing comprehensive mental health care substance use treatment, and a wide range of resources to support the well-being of our community every single day. Each year, we touch the lives of more than 27,000 people, thanks to the power of partnerships with over 150 community organizations like Clear Creek County. Through these collaborations, we strive to make mental health care more accessible by meeting people where they are. Maintaining good mental health is fundamental to overall well-being, and it's something that affects us all. Mental health conditions are common and treatable. In fact, 1 in 5 people will experience a mental health condition in any given year, and challenges in life can impact anyone's mental health. Despite the prevalence of these challenges, many people will not seek help due to stigma or a lack of awareness about available resources. This is where your support of Mental Health Month becomes truly invaluable. By raising awareness and combating stigma, we can create a community where seeking mental health support is met with empathy and understanding. As stigma fades, more people will feel empowered to seek the care they need, reducing suffering and strengthening our community's well-being. Clear Creek's long-standing support of mental health is absolutely vital, and we deeply appreciate your recognition of Mental Health Month and your ongoing partnership with Jefferson Center. None of the important work we do would be possible without your support. Thank you once again for your commitment to mental health awareness and for standing alongside us and creating a healthier, more resilient community. Together, we can make a difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to read it? Is your planning to?
Who wants to read this resolution? Do you want to?
Well, as chair, you can, or I'm happy to, either way. Happy to do it.
Go ahead, go for it.
Okay. First of all, I'll read this and then I presume with the chair's concurrence, then we'll make the motion. So what's in question is resolution 24-30, proclamation to declare May as Mental Health Month, May 2024 in Clear Creek County, Colorado. Whereas good mental health is essential to the overall health and emotional well-being of all children, youth, adults and families, and promotes a healthy community. Whereas nearly 1 in 4 people in our communities experience a mental health condition each year. Whereas more than 17% of individuals in our communities experience substance abuse disorder each year, including alcohol and drug use. Whereas the lack of leadership of where to seek, the lack of awareness, of where to seek support and stigma against mental health conditions and substance use disorders prevents many people from accessing care. Whereas when mental health problems and substance use disorders are detected early and treated, people can recover and maintain a healthy and independent life. And whereas increased focus on the prevention of mental health conditions and substance abuse disorders among children, adolescents, and adults through screening and early intervention helps reduce suffering and improve lives. Whereas it is imperative that all members of our community, irrespective of age, gender expression, sexual identification, race, culture, ethnic background, education, or economic status, have equitable access to essential care, support, and services for mental health and substance abuse conditions. And whereas the County of Clear Creek is dedicated to improving the health and well-being of its citizens and employees by increasing awareness, ending stigma, and focusing on the integral role of mental health in all of our lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved, we, the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Month and call upon all citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our communities and resources to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, providing appropriate and accessible services for all citizens, and making mental health a priority. Adopted this 7th day of May 2024 at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you, Randy. You have a voice. You were born to proclaim things. You have a voice.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Sunday. So if I could ask for a motion then during discussion, we can offer any comments on mental health and Mental Health Month.
Sure, I'd like to make the motion that we approve resolution 24-30.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion. Anybody, you guys want me to start? You can start.
Go ahead.
Okay. I intend to vote on this, yes, on this motion. It's been a heavy May to be discussing mental health in Clear Creek County. In a tough winter. So this stat is a couple years old, but I just can't talk about mental health in Colorado without pointing out that in Colorado, we're in the bottom 5 in what we invest in mental health. and we're in the bottom 5 in what we get in mental health. And I don't think that that's, I don't think that requires more explanation. I think we can do better. I know that this government has been working hard to shift our approach to mental health, our approach to how we deal with folks who are experiencing mental health challenges, behavioral health challenges. Proud that we built the wellness center to give ourselves a chance to increase access to behavioral health services. But for me, May is Mental Health Awareness Month isn't about what governments should or shouldn't be doing. We're working on that every day. It's about reminding what we owe each other and what we need from each other as individuals. The line that I have in my head is that abstinence is not the opposite of addiction. Connection is the opposite of addiction, right? I will just share a little bit. During COVID, I became very isolated, really started to struggle. I've been in therapy since for about a year now. I've been in weekly therapy. I'm sharing this because I want folks to know that it's okay to seek help when you're suffering, to know how hard it is to seek help. And professional help is great. And they're helping me figure out how to approach things in a better way in my life. I'm taking sertraline, which is an antidepressant. It really helps me just show up, and I know there's a lot of stigma around that drug, and so I just want to make sure that I think the more people are willing to say I'm taking this drug and I think it helps me, I think the better. I'm also taking gabapentin, which is an anti-anxiety drug. I also just want to share how much I lean on people like my wife, my mother, my friends, the staff in this room, my colleagues here, how grateful I am to all of you. And I want to encourage anybody out there who's struggling, lean on people in their personal lives, seek professional help. You deserve support. You're worthy of it, no matter who you are, what you've done, where you're from. There's somebody out there that wants to offer you something that will help. And that's all I'll say.
Right.
This resolution is really well aligned with something I've had the opportunity to work with for 5 or 7 years. And that's normalizing an individual's access to mental wellness services. And I think that's something that as a community, we need to embrace and help people realize they're there and it's okay.
I'd like to, and I appreciate that very much. And I know you've been working on that for a long time, Mitch, and I know you've worked really hard for the youth in this community to make sure that they have access to the things they need to keep themselves mentally healthy, behaviorally, all that stuff. And it's yeoman's work. I'd like to point out that we've also done things. I mean, the whole idea behind our collaborative care clinic was to recognize that the mind and the body are all one thing. There's a whole nervous system that connects it all. All of your thinking doesn't take place in your brain. Your brain is fed by stimulus from all over your body, and it feeds stimulus out to the body. You receive and send things out, and it causes you to perceive things the way you do. And we all have things that we'd call a mental health crisis. And if you want to look, if you're trying to find someone to see what someone looks like that occasionally has mental health issues, you just have to go to the bathroom and find the mirror. That's what you need to do. When you suffer loss, there are things that you inevitably go through when you have grief that go with that. There's anger, there's fear, there's all kinds of things, and they happen to everybody, and they happen in different ways to everybody. And so it's kind of like if you get a splinter, or whether you have a chronic condition like degenerative disc disease. I've got a bunch of fused vertebrae, but I keep moving and trying to get through it because I seek help to take care of it. And nobody thinks poorly of me because of that. When we talked about building the health center, there were different discussions about how to design it, like where are the people that were seeking public health versus private health might enter. Where are people seeking mental health versus physical health when you can't even separate the two should enter? And I remember thinking that we all came to the conclusion that there would be one door in and out, that the finishes would be the same downstairs as upstairs, that nobody knew why you came into that building, and that whether you woke up behind a dumpster last night, because that's where you slept because you were homeless, whether you came out of a gated community because somebody had to help you with the sadness that you had, that we were all the same and everybody was coming for this. When we, you know, when one of our loved ones has suffered loss and is acting out in a manner that they normally wouldn't, and it affects us and they're angry with us, and then we react to that with a fear of separation from that person and loss of that relationship, then we undergo sadness and fear and worry about those things, or might react what we call defensively, which my therapist that I see, because of losses in my life, both in the distant past and recently, you know, she tells me, stop calling that defensiveness. This is normal. That's just your protective thing that you do. So there are people that know how to help us with all of those things. So there's a lot of fear that comes with physical operations, and there's a lot of things that happen in your body that are coming straight out of your mind that you need. It helps to have somebody explain to you. I've come to believe that when my therapist said that I think with my heart, I think with my gut, I think with my brain. And I finally came to the conclusion that my heart and my gut are usually telling me when my brain is BSing me and telling me what I want to hear. So, you know, having people to help you sort that out, or having people, if you have the more complicated problems with behavioral use that are exacerbating other mental health problems, that's all natural. It's actually normal to have that. It's pretty abnormal for anybody to get through life without having what you can call a mental health condition, temporary or chronic, that just needs help. And it's the same as a broken leg, same as a splinter, same as a chronic back condition or anything else. And that if we can conceive that we all have that, then we can think differently about everybody else when they define themselves as having a mental health condition. It's all of us. This is for all of us. And it's normal. We're normal. It's okay to feel like hell sometimes, you know? It's normal to do that, and you can get help for it just like you can for any other condition.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was a lot of words, a lot more than Mitch said, but we have different styles of
We
communicating.
do.
Any further comments, staff, from presenter, from anybody? Okay, all in favor of the motion?
I
Simultaneous, unanimous.
heard
Motion
all three
passes.
voices.
Thank you for bringing this to us every year and for your partnership.
Likewise. Thank you. Thanks.
Next on the agenda is a public hearing. Consideration of resolution number 24-34 to request a deviation from the driveway standards. This is site development case 2024-0001.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Stoy Streepy, county engineer. As we've outlined the process in our roadway design and construction manual, where we have established driveway standards, we've also outlined a process for allowing for a deviation from those typical driveway standards. We have a residential property located off of Stanley Road, with the owner, a gentleman named Moon Prasasuk. I may be butchering his name. Megan, if you see him online, you may, he wasn't able to join us today, but he may be on Zoom, and
Okay.
I don't know if he wishes to speak today or not. He didn't indicate that he had anything necessarily to say, but if the commissioners would like to hear from him, he may be online there.
Can you repeat the name?
His name is Moon, and
Okay.
it's spelled Moune.
Okay, I will keep an eye out.
And he's the owner of this property. Its address is 2238 Stanley Road, and it's a mining claim type of property, which are long and narrow. And this particular property has the narrow section that abuts the right of way for Stanley Road there. And it's located on a steep slope. The property, as it joins the road right of way, is located on anywhere from 40 to 50% slope, which is due to the narrowness of the lot and the steep from the roadway has created some challenges for getting a compliant driveway to serve the designated building site on his property there. And Moon and his design team have explored several options and getting access to the property to develop a single family residence. At the request of the site development department, where we do ask that they explore compliant alternatives. They did so and prepared a driveway design that was approximately 1,000 feet. And this particular property is also bounded on either side by Clear Creek County open space property. And this initial alternative that I encouraged them to explore was a little over 1,000 feet in length and traversed most of that way through Clear Creek County open space property, and did meet compliance with all the typical driveway standards. That was presented to the open space staff and commission. When we really looked at what would be required for easement through the Clear Creek County open space property, it was discovered that there was quite a bit of disturbance, tree removal that would be required. This has high visibility from I-70 and Stanley Road itself. And it was determined, from my understanding, that this was a valuable property aesthetically and just to maintain the open space values and properties for, and so that it was ultimately denied the easement request to create this 1,000-foot of driveway and disturbance, which again involved significant retaining walls, tree removal, and other disturbance there on the open space property. They explored that alternative, ultimately didn't work out. They then looked at another alternative that didn't meet with the grade standard, the typical grade standard associated with the driveway standards, but greatly reduced the amount of impact to the open space property. This traverses, more on the order of 100 feet through open space property, still will require a retaining wall and some tree removal, but a lot less invasive. That request is now being considered by county open space staff. And it's my understanding that there's no strong opposition to that, it is fairly likely that will be granted, this easement area to allow for this driveway. For our part at the site development department, the typical driveway standard requires 10%, maximum of 10% grade. This particular design has grades of up to 18% through a straight section of driveway. In staff support of requests of this nature, I've asked that that all of the typical standards be met within the first 50 feet of Stanley Road or whichever road it would be connecting to help mitigate safety concerns, drainage concerns, and maintenance concerns associated with the public road there. And in this design, they have achieved that and met all those typical standards within that first 50 feet. And in doing so, have mitigated, those safety, drainage, and maintenance concerns that the site development department will typically have, and have gained the support of myself and the rest of the site development department staff and supporting this this particular request to deviate from the standard. And again, the only standard being requested deviation from is that grade standard of 10%. And if this resolution were to be approved, it would allow for the driveway to be constructed up to 18%, as it's detailed in the attached site plan that's included with the resolution there. There was, as part of our process, we refer these requests out to applicable departments within the county and associated agencies. For this particular one, we referred this request out to Clear Creek EMS, Clear Creek Fire Authority, the Clear Creek County Sheriff, Building Department, the Open Space Department, Planning Department, Public Works, and Environmental Health Departments. The only response of note was from the Clear Creek Fire Authority. And in the response from the Fire Authority, they did express some concerns about being able to access this property due to the steeper than typical grade. and which would affect their ability to respond to an emergency at this site. And they also recommended that any structures larger than 400 square feet, which the primary structure, which would be a single family residence, would be well above that, include a sprinkler system. That was the recommendation from the fire authority. And then again, just based on the topographic challenges and the orientation and dimensions of the lot there, I think that it is apparent that there is a challenging, an extraordinary challenge, that there is not a real feasible way to get a compliant driveway without accessing the open space parcel on either side of this, and while meeting the typical driveway grade standards. We typically have not and do not, when previous boards have granted approval of a request of this nature, it's been our standard to include in those resolutions that any building structures that would be accessed from this driveway comply with the county's wildfire hazard mitigation plan. And this plan involves a point system that's administered by our building department. It does include a sprinkler system as an option, but doesn't require a sprinkler system. There are other alternatives to gaining points, whether using fire-resistant materials for siding and roofing materials, or increasing the defensible space around the property, and many other different items that can be used to gain a certain amount of points to qualify for this wildfire hazard approval through this wildfire hazard mitigation plan. So that's been the building department's kind of response to these and other challenging building sites to require this wildfire hazard mitigation plan, which again does not necessarily require a sprinkler system. This resolution that has been drafted for your consideration does not require a sprinkler system, but it does require compliance with that wildfire hazard mitigation plan.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, it looks like, are you done?
No, I think that that's the main items that I wanted to touch on. Hopefully that kind of gave you a summary of what I'd like you to consider today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Before we get to questions, does the applicant have any comments?
I'm not seeing them online.
What questions do we have for Stoy?
Do we do public comment first, or do we need public comment for this period?
We do. I was going to do it after
After
questions, but I
comments?
can do it now if you prefer.
Having public comment before we discuss is informative for us since we're making the decision, so.
Okay. I'm going to open it up for public comment. Anybody have any public comment? You see any hands up?
Nope.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. What questions do we have for Stoy?
18% is pretty steep. So, and the fire authority expressed concerns, but you do have a point system, as you pointed out, that can mitigate those concerns, whether they were to choose a sprinkler or whether they were to achieve their points through other systems. Did the fire authority react in a way that they recommended disapproval or approval?
They didn't recommend approval or otherwise. Their recommendation, I assume, if this were to be approved, that we or you, as the Board of County Commissioners, would require a sprinkler system. I don't know that the fire authority has any particular authority to require a development of this nature to include a sprinkler system. And so I think it's a recommendation and request from the fire authority, as I understand it. And then the Board of County Commissioners, of course, would have the ability to require, as part of this approval, that they include a sprinkler system as recommended by the fire authority, or if we feel that, or you feel that the wildfire hazard mitigation plan is adequate mitigation of those concerns.
Okay. I have one other question and then a comment. You said open space is in the process of offering their comment or deciding what they think about it, and they're not quite there yet. And so I note that this is before us today for approval prior to having that. And so, I mean, maybe this is more of a comment than a question. How soon do you expect them to come to that conclusion? Staff and the,
I'm not real sure. We don't have a formal process on how these easements are approved or denied. My understanding is that staff is considering that and that the staff does not oppose this request. I believe that they are gonna at least inform the Open Space Commission about this request. I don't know that the Open Space Commission has been informed on it, but it's my understanding that they would not, the Open Space Commission itself would not be the one to grant approval or denial of this request. But I think they'll still be part of that discussion.
well, I guess when it comes to granting an easement, our approval of the driveway might want to be contingent upon, I mean, I'm okay with a motion today, one way or the other, but in the motion, it might want to be contingent upon the approval of the ability to get an easement to even cross the land to make this design feasible or possible. So that's one thing. And then the other thing I noted is that, and I've heard this come up in driveway discussions before, and it always sounds a little oxymoronic to me, that sometimes there's an argument that we need to approve a deviation because we can't find a physical way to achieve compliance. And I was thinking if it becomes a deciding factor that we approve deviations because they can't achieve compliance, that it's a weird precedent. It's a weird way to think about it, that because then you can almost say, well, anytime somebody has a hard time achieving compliance, we go ahead and let them build the driveway they have to drive to get there. It kind of almost renders the regulation itself moot. I realize we're thinking about other criteria in making this decision to approve or disapprove, but among the criteria, the fact that they cannot achieve compliance is, I don't even know why it's on the list of factors to consider, because otherwise there wouldn't be deviation in front of us. So for it to give added weight to a need to approve it's sort of like additional pressure to approve. Well, it is because it is. We need a deviation because we need a deviation. And so it's not like a factor that, it shouldn't be a weighting factor that influences our decision, I guess, at the end of the day. So that's just a comment that I've never known why that was on the list. I don't have any more comments or questions right now.
I could be off base, but I think the applicant needs both the easement and the approval, so I don't think it matters which comes first. And I would like to use a little bit of time, though, and this isn't on the requested deviation, but a little education. When someone does put in a sprinkler system, does the size of the improvements define how much water storage is necessary on site?
I'm not sure how those are designed.
Okay.
Well, I do know from our in discussion with the building department that typically single-family residences here in Clear Creek County, under our current code anyway, if they're over 4,400 square feet, then that triggers a county requirement that that single-family residence be sprinklered. But as far as the amount of water storage as compared to the size of the home, I do not know.
Thanks.
That's a good question. It seems like it would be the engineering of a sprinkler system is supposed to be able to operate for X number of minutes. Would tell you whether you need a storage tank or not, and that would have to be, it seems like it would have to be part of the engineering, and I don't know the answer to that question either.
We'll come back to you with an answer to that question.
It's not germane for this.
Yeah, but it's still a good question, though. We'll get you an answer.
My questions have been asked already. Except for this one, does a house that does not need a driveway deviation have to follow that point system?
They do not, unless there's some other circumstance that would require that that wildfire hazard mitigation plan. A typical application for a single-family residence would not require compliance with that particular plan.
Good question.
Okay.
Second one is why not?
I mean, on the one hand, we developed back in the 90s a point system that if we don't have confidence in, we should change it. On the other hand, we hear a specific recommendation from the fire department for an element, and I almost want to require the sprinkler system and that they achieve the points, right? Because I think that to achieve the points, you need a sprinkler system and some other elements.
Actually, my understanding of that, the point system is comprised of 300 total points, and a sprinkler system is worth 300 points. And so that alone will qualify you for approval through the plan, the sprinkler system alone, whereas maybe the fire resistant siding will only give you 100 points, or additional defensible space would only give you 100 points. And so you'd still need another element in there to achieve those 300 points, whereas the sprinkler system in and of itself would qualify for all of the points.
Other than, I mean, other than the original minimum required defensible space is still required no matter what. It doesn't relate to the point system.
And Clear Creek County does require currently a certain amount of defensible space for every single family residence.
I don't feel great about this one. I almost always support your recommendation. The comments from the fire authority seem to indicate that there's a fire there. They might not be able to get there. I know that you note that they can get pretty close to the house without having to go onto the steeper portion of the grade. I don't have the firefighting expertise to know whether that means that they can have an effective response or not. I think, and oftentimes I think you probably can do better if you can get a vehicle to the structure. So I mean, I don't know. I'm hesitating to approve this one. I could table it, ask for further comment from the fire authority, ask for them to maybe be here and have a discussion with us about this, or, I mean, I don't know. What do you?
Well, it might not be a truck to the site, but perhaps water.
Yeah.
You know, maybe there's an alternative way to get water actually to the improvement.
Well, I noticed here in item 3 on the first page of the analysis, it says for fire apparatus serving the residents, the furthest point of the back of the home will be within 200 feet from the 8% to 18% grade change. Will that be a condition of this approval then?
I want to note that that you're seeing in italics, including the numbers 1 through 5 there in the analysis, is verbatim. The justifications applied from the design engineer working for the applicant. And so these 5 points that are made here in my analysis were copied from.
So that's what they're
engineering.
proposing, and they're independent. That's not something that's based on any recommendation or analysis from the fire authority, right?
Exactly right.
I get your point. All right, so that's not.
Yep. So we'll certainly take that as their understanding and professional engineering judgment of whatever they put in these items, but it's not from the fire authority or not part of my analysis. Okay.
You know, fire mitigation's bidirectional. It protects the home from
Right.
fires in the wildlands, but it also protects the wildlands from a home from a fire in a structure.
Right.
So I'd be real curious as to what the mitigation plan looks like for the slope above the improvements. You know, because, you know, up there, if something gets away from you, it's going to be hard for people to get in there and do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I am inclined to do is table this, ask for the fire authority to be present at the next hearing. Make sure that they have read these claims from this engineer and to comment on them. I don't know that this hasn't achieved dialogue. We have isolated statements, one saying it's fine and the other one expressing some real concern. And I just think we need to understand that a little better.
Yeah, I'd like to see us get on the same page and have comfort from the fire authority. I know that in my projects in Jefferson County, as an example, often the engineering department would, when there's a deviation request, they basically deferred to the fire authority, emergency services as their primary logic in accepting a deviation. If we have the fire authority at this point in time saying this is a stretch, then I'd like to hear from them that what is proposed has made them comfortable. Because the engineering department, Jeffco, has consistently told me if our fire authority is uncomfortable, we're unlikely to grant you the deviation you're requesting. If the fire, and I brought the fire authority up, the fire marshal up, and had showed them a driveway before and said, this is a suggestion. This is what it's going to take to achieve full compliance, and had the guy look at it and say, I actually like what I'm looking at here better than the fully compliant driveway, because the fully compliant driveway was requiring so much additional grade change that it created a different kind of hazard, just as an example. So I tend to trust fire access as a primary criteria for granting. That's the one that bothers me the most. Let me just say that when somebody wants a deviation, if we don't have concurrence from the fire authority that they can provide adequate fire access. And Mitch is absolutely right. The main reason, when it comes down to, well, both defensible space, and especially when you start talking about fireproof materials on exteriors of buildings, that is absolutely bidirectional. And even sprinkler systems are about trying to hold it down until the fire department could get there, so they might lose the house, but at least it gives them more time to be able to defend the space around the house.
So it sounds like we're inclined to table this. Peter, do we have to table this to a date certain?
Actually, that would be preferential, just so that we don't have to renotice.
Do you all have a date in mind?
How much time do you think you might need, Stoy?
I think this really is dependent on some collaboration with the fire authority and their schedule and them being able to join us. As far as my analysis, I do, defer certainly to the fire authority, to EMS and the sheriff as far as emergency response and their concerns. And from my position, I think I've done the analysis of the concerns from road and bridge and site development portions as far as mitigating those safety and drainage maintenance concerns associated with the county's interests and the general traveling public there. And so I think it's really dependent on the fire authority to resolve any remaining concerns there that you may have.
So, Mr. Chair, in terms of my question then to Stoy would be what, in terms of the applicant, would a month's delay cause unnecessary burden as far as you know?
No, I believe that this has been an ongoing process for, over a year at this point, where they've explored different alternatives. So I think that they're prepared to wait another month on a decision for this.
Okay, then I would suggest June 18th. That will allow the county attorney's office to work with Stoy and the fire authority to get the information to offer some additional assurances for purposes of this hearing.
I was thinking,
And it could be helpful for them to either review that engineering report and respond in writing, or come and be present and just kind of clarify their recommendation.
Right.
I apologize, Peter. I do believe I'm scheduled to be out of town on June 18th.
Okay.
June 4th, I think is putting a little pressure on the fire authority, but that I can certainly accommodate that if they're able to join us on June 4th. Otherwise, I think the first meeting in July would be my first availability.
Do we anticipate a meeting on July 2nd? That is the first meeting of the month. I don't anticipate a change, but just because of the July 4th.
Yeah, I think we'd meet. It's 2 days before the holiday.
Okay. Then let's, Mr. Chair, if you could just table the decision today, continue the public hearing until July 2nd, 2024, and we will continue at that point.
Okay, do I hear that motion?
You need
Yes.
administrative. Yeah, sure. I move that we table this to date certain, July 2nd.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Stoy.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, next item, consideration of approval of change order number 3, 4, and 5, an amendment to Clear Creek County Sports Unified Form Construction Contract with Himmelman Construction Incorporated. We have Stacy Canada and Lisa Lieben here. How are we doing?
Good morning.
You good? Do you need a break?
Oh, I'm good for now.
You think that this is?
See this.
Don't be bashful.
Right.
We're not expecting anything. Oh, I thought you were.
I thought I missed what you said.
Oh, I said, don't be bashful.
Oh, Travis is.
I'm guessing this is him.
Possibly Austin Bates.
Right, I've got them. I just didn't,
Oh.
I didn't know because
Yeah.
it wasn't his full name.
It's got a strange.
I think that's him.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing the other guy yet.
Yeah, Travis H. That makes sense.
Yep, I was reading as Travis.
Are there presenters that you don't have yet?
We have one and it's Travis Himmelman, and then we are waiting on
No,
Austin Bates mate.
both of them are not so much presenters, but they're just here to answer questions. It's the
Sure.
Contractor and the design.
Well, then,
I'll
let's go
keep
ahead
it out
and
for
start.
Austin.
I think, Lisa, I am gonna hand this to you to describe this agenda item.
Actually, and I'm good. Can I pass it off to Stacy?
Hi, I'm Stacy Canada, the Clear Creek County Capital Projects Manager. I got the shooting range project, I think my first or second week on the job. So there has, and I attended that board meeting where the contract was awarded to Himmelman. But also as part of that board meeting, it was described that some of the scope had gotten taken out to accommodate our budget. So over the course of this construction, we've had some challenges, but we've had some items that have come about. The majority of these change orders have been for things that we really would need for it to be properly opened. But we just didn't really maybe have that budget at that time that contract was awarded. So the things that are included here, we've got tile for the restroom floors, carpet, it's a commercial carpet. And well construction, that was presented to the board as a separate contractor. It's actually still going to be done by that, by Dreams Drilling, but just as a sub to Himmelman on site. There's very limited space when you get a well contractor. A lot of earth work was happening, which has now been complete for the southeast corner to stabilize the slope. And Himmelman's well equipped to kind of organize and oversee multiple construction activities at once. We've also got the fiber optic services, and then the sewer. That also, just like the well, was presented to the board as not being outside of Himmelman's scope, but having a budget line item. And so this change order is for Himmelman to provide the infrastructure that's within the property boundary. And then the sewer that will be outside within our right of way, which is like a force main extension for the emergency services building. That is currently soliciting bids for construction. So it kind of bounced around this memo item, but maybe I'll just say, do you have any questions or concerns?
Were all of you, help me understand, did you say that these were not contemplated in the original design and estimate?
They were, the term that was at the time was value engineered. So looking at this list, that the lift station was always a budget line item. It was just never, it wasn't considered part of Himmelman's scope,
Okay,
where it just makes sense. They're already mobilized, they're there, they're qualified, which is the recommendation that we're having for that. And then also with the well construction, that was always included as being needed and had a line item.
but it wasn't included in the bid
It was
originally in
not
their scope.
included in Himmelman's scope.
Okay, so these are things that would you say that everything in items 3, 4, and 5 fall into that category, that they were things that we expected to do to be able to open, but they simply weren't included in the original bid package that we required from the bidders, correct?
They were, let me just clarify that. The fiber optic was something that just wasn't, I don't think was actually considered. It just wasn't on the, we really didn't think about it till we were kind of mobilized. That was comparatively so, a smaller item for that amount. Change order 5. Yeah, all of that was part of the original bid, but then was value engineered out to make that budget for Himmelman's contract award. Does that make sense?
It does,
Okay.
but value engineering is only a benefit if it's something that you can actually do without until a date in time. And if it's all required to even get the place open, then it's kind of empty as value engineering if you know you're gonna have to do it anyway. It's kind of like pretending we're not gonna have to do this so we can make the numbers match, and then we know we're gonna get the checkbook out and do it later. So I think when we value engineer, it's good to actually only value engineer out things that we don't need to get phase 1 done. You know, that's
We are on the same page.
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just expressing a little annoyance. That's it. And the logical process of how it was presented to us. So
And again, that was, I don't want to be like this happened before, but I've gotten to know this project very well. I've talked to Lisa at length about the history with it. And so things that did happen before I started, perhaps reading between the tea leaves, but I do feel like those items in change order number 5, budget was a big concern when those bids came back, and that it was thought, I'm not defending this necessarily, but I'm saying that it was thought that, you could perhaps work with this, maybe we don't need a fence. I'm just, maybe we can still open, get a little revenue and then come back. But we are fortunate with Lisa's great work with getting the grants, and also some budget items the county's put in for 2024. And we have Himmelman mobilized, which really saves us on having to go through that whole process and adding those mobilization costs again, that it just makes a lot more sense to go ahead and get it done while they're there.
So I heard a couple words in there that make me wonder if the net expenditure is going to remain about the same, because a lot of this is being paid for with third-party money. Did I really hear that, or am I hoping I heard that?
So the way that I organized it for myself, so we have what was presented to the board on August 15th, which was around just shy of 1.9 million.
Yep.
In that 1.9 million, you have Himmelman scope, you had the well construction, you had the sewer. But a lot of those quotes they were a little out of date, not a lot, but just enough in those years where things really got escalated. And so some of those prices have went up, some of those costs. With the funding that we have for 2024, we are looking like we're gonna be okay. Like to get everything done here and still have perhaps a little bit left. Because I've been talking to Lisa, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you really lately, but I definitely see a path for us to be able to get some concrete pads and some sort of enclosure or covering that would have some acoustical merit or dampening of the sounds for 2025.
Mhm.
With the expectation that we got the CPW grant funding with that as well. I think we're looking okay, over the 1.9, but with the 2024 budget, we're in the black so far.
And for programs like this, do our budgets usually have contingency or escalation lines?
They do moving forward.
Okay, that's a fine answer.
We
I
had
accept that.
a contingency in this contract, didn't we?
I thought
Not this one.
Not the original one.
Mr. Chair, just as a heads up, I have a sneaky suspicion that we're probably gonna have to budget something in a capital line as we bring you a proposed budget for 25, more than likely to.
Yeah, that's what,
This,
yeah.
closing this project out, finally checking the box.
We made compromises for things that could come later, would get us open, but then we'd do other stuff later, like, for example, the sound, the sheds and stuff to mitigate sound. And if what we're doing is, it's kind of a Peter Paul thing going on here. If we say, oh, we can get through 24, but that, because we can use this money to get us through this and get these change orders, it's like well, then we got to go out and find some more money to get the sheds done. But this could have been funding had we not valued, we don't have anything else like the roof left out or anything like that temporarily, do we?
After this, I think the only thing from my perspective, please feel free to add to that or take away, but is we would have everything we need. We've have money appropriated for what would be like the shooting equipment and other things that hopefully with the operator, like maybe give them an allowance for that or have that with them. But we have a sizable amount that I have budgeted. So the only thing that I don't have, that I don't think that we would be able to get till 2025 are those pads. And then like a concrete pad for some, they're staying on the, and then I've been looking into acoustical, it's proprietary product that they guarantee certain, that they'll be within below a certain decibel, depending on the design that you want. And they're made to be installed in like the rafters of a canopy style. It's a little bit of a cheaper option, but still gives you the same effect. These are just things that we're looking into. I don't know, I think I kind of went off on, maybe not directly answer your question, but.
Yeah, I mean, the subtext here is that my initial response to looking at change order number 5 was, we got $200,000, we can get some stuff done. What about the shooting sheds? Why aren't we prioritizing them? I think as I've heard your presentation, I think that's because we can save a lot of money on pavement and striping right now because they're mobilized. Is that true?
Well, I guess that, yes, to answer your question directly, but you know, the shooting range, from what I understand, was open or was utilized as a shooting range without the sheds, without the concrete pads. I know that we want those. So I guess the way that I was rationalizing it is, I think we want to get tile on our bathroom floor while they're there. They already have the tiler coming in and putting tile on the walls. We want a security fence, you know, and the thing with the other part of this, I should say, is the original design included a total regrading of the site. And so those sheds as designed, there's not room for them because we didn't regrade the site. So we're kind of having to go back to square one with that. And that's why I think a concrete pad with a canopy and this acoustical proprietary product, there could be other options, but that's one I think is affordable for budgets that we're looking at for 2025. Yeah. There's a lot going on this project.
So it's a little bit of both. It might be a recommendation that this is the higher priority in addition to if we choose this now instead of the shooting sheds, the total cost of the project will be lower by the time we're done.
We would need I would feel comfortable with us having something sealed. And I'm entertaining because the plans that we have, they just can't be built, those sheds. So we would have to get them redesigned, which sounds, I mean, we've already paid for design. But one option that I would like to consider is doing like a design build. Going to it's a concrete pad with canopy, but something that has an engineer seal on it that we feel good about. But that's why I like to do that with Himmelman adds another layer that I think we need just a little more time to plan that out.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
It does. I think what I'm seeing here is that these are desired things for successful operation on the site. The shooting sheds are something that I believe should still be highly prioritized in order to mitigate the impacts of the site on the surrounding area. And it's an area that I've had a lot of discussion with the Forest Service and over at NOCO, where we brought it up, even though this was pre-NOCO, because I'm working with the Forest Service and working with CPW about some of these same some of these same issues. I've been in other meetings talking about it with people from other counties who are trying to not build shooting ranges in their counties, but still get their closures while we're building enough lanes to make sure that we can cover ourselves in one other county. So it's our citizens that are enduring the impacts of other people's and other counties, at least one other county's closure. I appreciate very much that county's contribution to our project, which I believe is fixed at their, at least for capital costs, but it's a fixed number. And so we're continuing to endure the additional costs to mitigate the impacts of achieving other people's closures. And so it's just sort of it gives me that's where my stomach is telling me that my brain can say, go ahead and build this, but your brain is rationalizing something that's not making you happy, when I do it. But I recognize that it's necessary for good construction. I just think it's absolutely critical that we make a priority in our budget in 2025 to mitigate the impacts on our citizens of achieving these closures.
Hence my comment.
Mhm. Thank you. I'm really glad that I didn't have to do that this time. I agree with you. Usually I'm the one that does that.
Is there a process in place for the community stakeholders to understand, what's been going on? Or is it only members of county staff that understand the timeline and the perhaps changes from the original vision?
I think there's a public information gap here. That's
With regard to the budget, as far as to why we're building sheds and why this is going on, there's a public process to determine that. But
The vision versus what might be delivered. If it's less than the vision, I think it's important to make sure people are aware of this and feel involved, as opposed to coming to opening day and saying, why doesn't the toilet flush? Which obviously isn't the case, but
I'm not so sure we're not making our vision here. There may be, but not be the exact same kind of shooting shed that we were going to build in the beginning, but there's going to be some.
yeah,
We may not have as many lanes as we thought we were going to have in the beginning. But
we've got as many as I thought we'd have from the beginning.
I think Mitch's observation is a good one, and I don't think it really takes staff direction. Our PAO is excellent, but would encourage this might be a nice time to write something up about where we're at in this project. I know I'm getting a lot of questions about it. Otherwise, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your answers. I'm inclined to support this. I don't know about you two.
Yeah, I'm inclined to support it. I like Mitch's comment to the extent that we make sure that people know that even though it's not included at this time in this phase, that we are going to achieve the mitigation. And that's our next major goal, is to make sure that happens. Now, because the design elements of anything, every single design element aren't in the public process of deciding, for example, whether to build a school and where to build it and things like that. But limiting the impacts on the public is a major thing that is a public concern, and they need to be reassured that we're going to make that happen.
I'll get something to Megan. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anything else, or is one of you inspired to make a motion?
I move that we approve change orders. We're really asking for change orders 3, 4, and 5, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I make the motion that we approve these. And not attached to the motion and not a condition of the motion, except that a staff instruction is to make sure that we socialize this effectively so that people know, and people know what our intent is.
I second that.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion
Thank you.
passes. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Inspired us to move. Okay, next up is a work session for 2025 Clear Creek County budget kickoff. With Maria. While you guys get situated, I'm gonna announce a 5-minute bio break.
Thank you.
I imagine we'll be sitting here for a little while.
Yep.
We are back in the Board of County Commissioners meeting here for a work session to discuss the 2025 Clear Creek County budget with Maria Ostrom.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. Welcome, new commissioner. This is sad but exciting at the same time for all of us today. If we go to the next slide, Megan, thanks. We'd like to talk about the budget timeline a little bit, and we're going to need some help from the commissioners and some direction. And you may not be prepared to give us that direction today, but we want to plant the seed and we want you to be thinking about it so that you can give that direction to the county manager. We want to make sure that we're following and implementing your policies. We want to talk about some of the revenue and expense assumptions that are going to go into the 25 picture as we work to start developing a recommendation for you, a budget proposal for you. We need to revisit the general fund financial outlook and talk about how property legislation may impact that, if that's in fact what we end up with as we move forward. Go into a little bit of detail on some of our other funds. We don't give other funds as much discussion and conversation simply because the general fund is where all of our primary operations are paid for. But the other funds are important as well. And then we want to go over a few items and get some direction from you. And again, you might not be prepared to give direction today, but we want to kind of plant the seed, explain some things, and let it germinate, let you give some direction to the county manager. And before I go any further, in case we're not all here and the public watching aware, this is Rebecca Abrahamson. She's the county's grants administrator. She helped out with the budget quite a bit last year, and it was a very great learning experience for her to really learn about all of the different operations of the county. And it provided a lot of insight into where we might have opportunities to apply for grant funding, where it makes sense and where we might actually win that grant funding. So she'll be very involved in the budget again. She knows a lot about the county operations now, and she's a tremendous resource and a big help in this process. Next slide, please, Megan. Okay, so here's our overall high-level timeline. Here we are today, ready to kick it off. We will be doing lots of work the rest of May and June to refresh our financial models. We model out for the next 10 years on all of our county funds to try to help us bring good information to you so you can make decisions based on that information. We've plugged in community engagement in July and August. That's a little bit earlier this year than last year. Last year, community engagement happened in September and October. We did hear a couple comments last year that it was kind of late in the process of the budget development. But if you want us to move forward with community engagement, we assumed you did. We assume that you like that process and think it's an important part of the budget process. We're going to really need some help from you. The county manager is going to need direction from you. And what's the message? What do you want to hear back? What do you hope to hear back from the community? What are you trying to get out of that process? And then skipping forward a little bit, the proposed budget will go in your hands in October by the statutory deadline. That needs to be in your hands by October 15th, and it will be. As is customary in the last couple of years, we give that to you electronically, so you have it by that deadline. But then, of course, that big November meeting where there's a lengthy all-day discussion about things, that will happen as well, where it'll be your opportunity to sort of provide additional information about how you want to form and shape the final pieces of the budget. Next slide, please, Megan. So let's talk about some revenue assumptions for a minute. We have modeled property taxes increasing an average to 3% a year. Now, why did we do that when there's property tax legislation? If you look back over the last 20 to 25 years, when we were under the Gallagher Amendment and that sort of unnatural suppression of residential property tax all that time, we increased about 3% a year on average. Now, there were years that were a little bit more. There were years that were less, certainly when our big property taxpayer, the mine, when their production values dropped. There were years that were less, but on average, about for the last 23 years, 3% a year. So that is built into our models right now. Sales tax, we've built in an average increase of 3.5% a year, just right around a little bit around close to what inflation's tracking at right now. We had been seeing double-digit increases for quite some time on sales tax, and it seemed like they would never end. It seemed like it was going to go on forever. We've seen a significant slowing in sales tax now that started in November, lasted through the holiday season. It's carried over into this year. We're flat so far, pretty much year to date. We think a couple things are going on. One, we may have reached a new normal since that Wayfair decision that came down from the Supreme Court in 2017. You know, all of our online vendors, the Wayfair, Amazon, all of these companies, LL Bean, that were selling into our community but didn't have brick and mortar here. We believe they've all gotten licensed now, and they're sending tax. We're getting it. And so we've reached this new normal. And we expect now some inflationary growth. So even though we're a little bit better than flat year to date, it looks like our March sales that we just got information on, those are sort of starting to recover. And so we're hopeful that by year end, we'll reach this inflation. It certainly, I think we planned on 5% for 24 when the budget was set. So I don't think we're going to get to 5. I think we're going to miss that. But the board, you'll get more updates. As we get closer and closer to adoption of the budget, you'll get a lot more information about how that sales tax is tracking and trending and what we think that means for the 25 budget. Intergovernmental revenue, we expect it continue to grow. You know, we had a good spike when we got the ARPA funding in 2021, and then it kind of tailed off a little bit, but now it's coming back up again. And we think that a lot of that has to do with the resources that the commissioners have allocated for a full-time grants person. We're really seeing a lot of that hard work come to fruition now, and we're landing these grants. So we expect that to continue, and we expect to see a sustained increase in intergovernmental revenue. Interest earnings, short-term interest rates are higher than they've been in a decade. We're right at 5.25%. The county, as a state entity, we have to follow specific rules related to investments and what we can invest in. So we're in that real short-term space, 5 years and under. So we're very sensitive to interest rates. So interest earnings have been good. They've been very significant. I think there'll be about $1 million in the general fund this year. And if you just think back like 3 years ago where they were $100,000, that's pretty significant. We think that interest rates, while it did look like maybe that the Fed Open Market Committee would move to reduce rates 3 times this year. Now they're kind of saying maybe not. And so we think that interest earnings is going to stay pretty stable. We do have it built into the models in out years, 26 and beyond, tapering back down from that 5.25%. Next slide, please. Okay, some expense assumptions. We have built into the model based on some feedback from the commissioners at your retreat last year. In 2023, a 3% economic adjustment every single year for staff moving in out years. So that's built into our look in the models. We know that there's going to be a salary survey happening in 2024. There was one in 2022. And I believe your policy is you'd like to try to have it done every couple of years if you can. There was a pretty significant impact in 2022 to that. It was $500,000 for the general fund on an annual basis. So for our expense assumptions and for the model, we've built in an assumption that we're going to have a similar impact moving forward from this particular salary survey that's going on. Healthcare and benefit costs, we are expecting the premiums to stay flat. That's really good news for our employees. We have not raised employee premiums for a couple of years in a row. This would be the 3rd year in a row. If 2025, there's no premium increase, that will be the 3rd year in a row. So that's really great news for employees, but it's also good news for us as the employer. We have not been seeing a significant uptick in our healthcare costs, which is a lot of different reasons for that. A lot of great things going on, but we're pleased with that. Capital expense, we have plugged into the general fund at an increased level for the next few years, trying to get the sheriff back on track with their vehicle replacement cycle, and knowing that we probably need to give them a little bit more in their capital line items to try to get some of those older vehicles. You know, their average vehicle is 7 years old, and that just doesn't make a lot of sense for being out on patrol with a vehicle that old. So we got to get them back on track. But the big item in here, which really would involve policy direction for you to give to the county manager, is we don't have any new programs modeled into the financial picture, and we don't have any new FTEs. Other than the deputy county manager that will be added soon, no new FTEs. And so we really need some help from you and direction from you on, is that what you want? Do you want to see some program changes? Do you want to see us stop doing some things that we are doing or do less of so that you have capacity to bring on something else. Those will be important considerations as we move forward in the budget process. Next slide, please. This is the general fund outlook if the property tax legislation that was already signed into law doesn't end up becoming what happens, right? There's a possible couple ballot initiatives. My understanding from you, Commissioner Marlin, is the word on the street is that there's not going to be a lot of money behind those ballot initiatives, but we just don't know. We don't know what might happen with those. But this is what the outlook would be if it was the 3% every year property tax increase. And you can see on here, push down one more time for me, Megan.
Yes, also,
I hope it didn't do it.
sorry about that box. I don't know. It's not on my computer. I don't
That's
know why
okay.
it's up there.
So go back one slide. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
I thought there was an animation in here. That's not. I'm so sorry. Okay, so you'll notice in 2029, 2030, you kind of see expenses grow and get a little bit more away from us than they have been. A couple things happening there. We need to start upping our subsidy or money that we have to give to the Human Services Fund to keep them whole at the staffing levels that they are right now today. They will run out of fund balance in their fund and they will need the general fund to start giving them some money. So that happens in 28 and beyond. And then in 29 and 30, those are the final two payments on the health clinic for the debt that's outstanding. And today, this moment in time, the health clinic fund doesn't have enough money to make those final two payments. So the general fund's going to need to help them with that. Now, fundraising efforts are continuing and we are seeing money still come in. So it could change, but today that's what we know. All right, so now let's look at the next slide. This is the general fund outlook.
Before we move, I want to point out where we go into the red is in what, 2035, and it used to be 2028, 27?
Yeah, I think back when I first came to the county, it was 2026.
Yeah, we've done a lot of work to.
That's the one that's without the Senate Bill 233 impact.
Correct.
We expect that we will see the Senate Bill 233 impact. Is that correct?
It's
Which
looking
means that the next slide down shows us going under in 2033.
Right.
Yes, instead of 35.
So you're absolutely right, Commissioner. Next slide, please, Megan. Here's our general fund outlook when we plug in the Senate Bill 233 impact. And we think it's more likely than not that this is kind of what we're going to be existing under moving forward. This kind of looks like what's going to happen, right? And there's a lot of pieces to this bill, a lot of different moving parts. There is backfill in 2025. So we don't think that there would be a negative impact to 2025, but there isn't backfill after that. And so it will suppress sales tax property tax after that. It will have an impact. It's good news for our residents, right? Because it lowers their property tax bill, but it also lowers the money that we collect. 2033, I think, still gives the commissioners a lot of breathing room to try to set the picture right, fix this, right? Is it a new revenue source that's going to fix this? Is it reconfiguring ongoing expenses? Is it a combination of both? It gives you time to work at this like a surgeon with a precision with a knife, right? Instead of just a big chop and cutting things off. Gives you flexibility and time to really think about this and be purposeful and get community input on it. Next slide, please. Okay, some of our other funds. Our road and bridge fund is well funded through property tax, highway user tax, and then of course the sales tax that passed. And they're just chipping away at those long-term infrastructure projects, the road projects that were promised to the community. Stoy has worked significantly on that capital plan along with Carl, and they're just, they're working the plan. So we expect the 25 budget will kind of be more of the same, working the plan. Ambulance, we have significant amount of funding coming for our CCHAT team. We expect that funding continue for multiple years. We've plugged it into the ambulance model that way as if we are going to continue to receive this grant funding. And as long as we're getting that grant funding, that level of resource that they programmed in, those 4 people on the chat team, we're good. We're going to be solid. We're going to stay in the black and we're going to be fine. Human Services recoups most of their spending from state reimbursements, including the majority of their salaries and benefits. But like I said, not all of it is covered, and they do have a fund balance right now that sort of covers what they can't cover with these state reimbursements, but that's waning and coming down over the next few years, and we'll start to need to move general fund money to human services to cover the rest of those salaries that aren't covered. Public health also recoups quite a bit of money through state funding. Dr. Ryan's done a great job of really taking a hard look at what does public health look like after COVID, post-COVID. You know, public health expanded significantly during COVID. There was a lot of resources and grant money for it. There was a lot of things going on. He's taken a lot of time to really understand what is needed to deliver the best to the community in what we can afford. The general fund does subsidize the public health fund about $200,000 a year, but that subsidy is staying very constant and very stable in out years. So that's good news. The Capital Projects Fund, you heard from folks today on the shooting range. In order to get to the shooting sheds, we will need to, in the 25 budget, program in a transfer from the general fund out of fund balance to cover this. The Capital Projects Fund doesn't have any more money. They used to have a pretty sizable fund balance and have kind of spent that down and are not generating any additional fund balance. So just to prep you and make you aware, that will need to come from the general fund to proceed with those shooting sheds.
This is kind of semantics, but that capital projects fund is really just unrestricted sales taxes that we sort of at some point in the past said, yeah, this will be capital. It's not like a separate fund.
Well,
It is a totally separate fund,
Is it a separately authorized fund or is it?
separately authorized fund. Yeah, the commissioners created capital projects fund separately authorized. And you're absolutely right. For several years, they moved sales tax to the capital projects fund and built a balance. But it's been about 5 or 6 years now where the general fund really needs that sales tax, and it's all been going to the general fund.
Yeah, thank you. To try to be more precise, what I'm trying to communicate is that it's not like a voter directed fund. We're taking dollars that we can spend on anything and dedicating them to capital, right?
You're absolutely right. It's not voter authorized. Yep. And then lodging tax, that voter approved change back in the fall of 22 to allow 60% or more of the lodging tax to go for affordable housing and daycare needs. And so we've been building fund balance. I know commissioners, it's a good time to check in. The county manager and I were talking about this. We think there was a $90,000 item that you gave some direction on about next year, about wanting to see. And so we want to make sure we heard that right. 90,000. And I was thinking it was for daycare, but someone else remembered it might be for housing. So I want to make sure that we heard you right and get some clarification on that if you remember that.
I do.
It's the 60,000, right?
It's the
60,000 for planning for
60,000.
the childcare facility.
That's kind of what, yeah, the 90 didn't ring a bell. And then, anyway, I don't want to jump forward. I'm gonna wait till we get there, but there's some other similar stuff that,
Yeah.
I don't think that was ARPA though. That was lodging tax, 60,000 lodging tax.
Right.
But it's lodging.
But it was a
Agreed.
25 budget item, right?
No.
No, it's a 24.
See, I thought I heard, okay, I misheard then. I thought I heard two things. I heard a 24 lodging, 60,000 for planning, and then a 90,000 moving forward.
It's a request for ongoing money that's not been approved by the board yet.
Yeah.
That's that third piece.
Okay, so the third piece is what, if you could give the county manager some direction as you kind of deliberate and think about this and you're ready to start helping shape the budget. Those are the kind of things it's really helpful to get that early in the process, to get it programmed in. There are 7 funds not listed here. They're much smaller funds. And we have, a capital improvement fund, for example, which was created based on a restriction needed for that money that comes in for road improvements. Very small, little things go on with that. Of course, this will all be brought back to you when we bring the proposed budget. But I didn't highlight those 7, and I wanted you to be aware there are 7 more funds. All right, so let's move on to this for a minute. We're going to visit the ARPA update for a minute. We're going to hop ahead one slide and then come back. So this is ARPA, what we've spent so far. The items 2 through 14, we're at almost 1.4 million. We've either already spent this money, right? We've actually written a check, or we're under contract and believe it will be spent before the year is over. Then the next ones, 15 through 18, these are items that the board has given direction. These are things you want to see happen. But there is no contract. There's nothing in writing obligating these funds. Now, I know there is legislation underway to try to remove the obligation requirement at the federal level. We don't know right now today whether that will happen. So another thing that we want to plant the seed, we want you to think about, what is your direction to staff if we get really close to the end of 24? Say it's November 15th and we're still sitting on $500,000 that's not obligated, and that restriction has not been lifted off us. What are you going to tell staff to do to make sure that we can do it and we don't lose that money? Right. And then finally, the available balance. I know you're going to have a discussion right after this budget kickoff about a possible partnership on a project with Idaho Springs. And so the bulk of that money is possibly going to go to that. But just wanted to put this in front of you and remind you. I also heard on the meeting earlier today, there's some repairs underway in the jail. I believe that can come out of the SARPA money. Is that correct? So I'm not sure, there's a line that's broken or something.
Yeah, we had an emergency repair in the jail that had to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could maybe take up some of that, about 150,000 that's been sort of committed to be for jail repairs, possibly.
Yeah, the smallest of those is the smallest of those things is the match money for the critical biological resource study, and that's going underway and getting scheduled. And I know they're working on the contract and they've been apologizing. We should see that. And I've also requested that since it's match money, it's a small amount of the overall, that they should go ahead and get that done an invoice so we can cross it off the books and stop thinking about it.
Nice. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah.
So I think we're going to see that one real soon, but that's small potatoes in the big picture.
Okay. So this is ARPA. This is an item where, the more information you can give and the more policy direction you can give the county manager, it's very helpful as we work through this 25 proposed budget for you. Okay, can we go back a slide, Megan? Lodging tax, we touched on that already, getting direction from you on what you want to see budgeted in that fund, particularly as it relates to affordable housing and childcare. Whether or not you want any program changes, any areas to cut back or stop doing less of, or something we should be doing better or more of, that's very helpful in shaping the budget. And then finally, other items. There's been talk recently about revisiting the pension. And I know the sheriff's office is interested in something. So we wanted to know if you want us to take that on as part of the 25 budget process. We as staff believe that we should be funding the pension better. I believe that we should be doing it. And I know it's hard because we don't have a lot of money and expenses right now are greater than revenues, but it's important. We want our employees to reach retirement and have a dignified retirement, and we think it's important. If you want us to look at pension, we wanted to find out if you want us to go down that path. We want us to bring you a presentation in a month with some options, because depending on what you want, that's going to have an impact on the budget. And it's not something, some of those pension options don't happen overnight. There's a lot of work involved in them. And finding out what you want really helps us focus our time and energy. And maybe you don't want us to focus on that. We just need to hear from you on that. And then finally, the last thing is revisiting community engagement. If you want community engagement in July and August, getting you to give direction to the county manager of what's the message, what do you want us to carry to the community, and what do you hope to get back from them in that process? And that is it. Didn't talk too long, I hope.
No, you did great. Thank you. So we have several things you've asked us to discuss. I think our questions kind of got out. Any outstanding questions before we jump into the topics for discussion?
Well, I think it falls under that the program changes, which also had no additional FTEs / and I think addressing that as real, with or without program changes. That discussing whether that no additional FTEs is a reasonable assumption based on what we're hearing, for example, out of the sheriff's department stuff. But we don't, at whatever point is the right point to talk about that is.
So I made an assumption, and let's see if I messed it up or not. It would seem that financial reserves are buried within the general fund as opposed to being a separate fund. Is that true?
That is true.
Thank you.
You got it.
And can you remind, well, never mind, actually, we have that. Let's talk first about public engagement. What do we want to share? What do we want to learn? Assuming we want the public engagement.
When was the last time the county had an opportunity to understand the community's priorities?
In a formal way, we did a quality of life survey 6 or 7 years ago.
Okay.
We did several town halls last year.
And is that quality of life still used to inform decisions, or is it just
It's pretty
behind us?
antiquated now. Yeah.
It's
What we have done is socialize the budget and our decisions and ask for comment on it. But in terms of doing a full, it's more like here's the way that the budget's developing at this time. What do you think? As opposed to trying to start at a higher level and filter that out and remodel the way we look at everything, which may not be a realistic thing to do in terms of our ongoing things that we know we need to do. Kind of prefer that other model where we know what our realities are and the options for change are limited. That's the way it feels to me. So it's hard to go out and say, would you like us to redesign the entire government and how we spend all our money?
Wasn't
Because you're going to get a
asking
lot
to
of
do that. I
suggestions.
was just curious what tools were available to us.
Right. I didn't think you were asking that question. I was just brainstorming what that made me think.
Some tools that we have been using and sharing, the taxpayer receipt is a website you can go on and enter like your income, the value of your home, and see which programs you're funding.
Right.
And then we have like a survey software. One of you probably is more well suited to describe that than me.
Yeah, we've got the Clear Creek County Forum, which is where people can go and take surveys. We've had several surveys in the past year. Don't directly relate to quality of life, but it's like been the romp, which has been recreation. And then we have town halls going on with Dumont residents on what they want, what's going on in their community. We've had a lot go, and then the fire survey is going out there right now. So we've got a lot of ways to get feedback, but not specifically on quality of life, but I think it kind of touches on the other parts. So.
But there was, thank you for that.
Sure.
There was another tool that we had built a survey last year, and I think we decided not to release it. Can you describe that?
Yeah, so that was through the same software as the taxpayer receipt. And that one was called budget simulation. And in that tool, residents are able to play with revenue numbers, play with expense numbers, according to what they think their government should be doing. And yeah, we did build it. Ultimately, we didn't publish it, but we do still have access.
So we might decide we want to dust that off. I think last year it was conversations about the budget in the sheriff's office that made that survey look messy, right? And so we might be able to have a more unified approach to public engagement this time around.
Yeah.
Well, there was that, but there was also, we were kind of in a different state with respect to our budget. Staff has done a lot of work to find those savings that has pushed our problem out. So I think the situation is a little different from when we originally built that survey.
That tool is
It would look differently this time if we did that.
Right.
That tool is very, very, very flexible. We could really make it look however we wanted, whatever information that we wanted very specifically to gather, we could build it in that way.
Using that tool is kind of like of the things we were talking, as I was just kind of like brainstorming, you know, what I was thinking about, not assuming what you were saying, but, or asking, but, that thing where we let the, where we, is it, yeah, to what level is it useful for us to ask people to randomly redesign their government and say, let's, you know, stop spending money on this and start spending money on that, or spend a ton more on this and a ton less on that, or eliminate this. And it's hard for me to fathom to what level that's useful when we have a lot of required functions and a lot of things we got to get done no matter what. And I guess that can be built into the model, that mandatory versus elective.
And one of you mentioned the sheriff and how that might have driven some of this stuff last year. I forgot to mention this. So late in the budget process last year, the commissioners gave us direction that they didn't want to see a sheriff's budget that increased more than 6%. That was our cap. And that was very late in the budget process. So if there's any kind of direction like that, it is helpful to know that sooner in the process. So the first budget we brought you for the sheriffs was an increase, I think, of 12%. And then the direction was, no. We're comfortable. We don't, we won't have heartburn if it's 6, but we don't want anything more than 6. So direction like that, if and when you can give some kind of direction like that to the county manager, that's going to be very helpful to us as we design a budget.
Okay.
I really like the idea of having 3 community meetings. I don't know traditionally how well attended they are, but working hard to make sure people come, I think would really help benefit the process.
They were well attended last year because people were coming to talk about JeffCom, not about the budget.
And the animal shelter.
Yeah, and the animal shelter.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I was gonna make a joke that I'm not gonna. I like the in-person meetings. I would love for us to use that software. I think what our process was missing last year was really enough specificity about what we do to get specific feedback. And I think that's the tool that can help that. And some of the responses will be knowably not helpful. And so
Yeah,
that's
what I mean. Yeah.
That's what I would prefer on public engagement in terms of, like, what do we want to share? The fact that we've had revenue reductions, the steps we've taken to save, the services we've altered, the services that we may alter or eliminate. What do we want to learn? Like, what is the county doing too much of? What is the county not doing enough of? I know that's like very general, but that's what came out of my little brain.
I think it's useful to, that's a big brain you got up there. You shouldn't say that. I think it's useful to use that tool. I was just thinking about, I hope that when we use it, it's really, really useful. I'm not arguing against transparency or arguing against getting that input. I just want to make sure that it's as useful as it can be, as opposed to something that's like, yeah, I don't want a sheriff's department anymore. I this or I that, or there are a lot of things that we're well down the road and embarked down the road with contracts for things partially done on efforts and programs that we're doing, and some of our one-off efforts that, because I'm sure we all have received comments from people that, well, I wouldn't spend any money. They just want to eliminate kinds of things that are just not realistic for us to do, even if they're not statutorily required.
Right.
And so I'm not saying that they shouldn't have every right to tell us that. I am saying I'd like the outcome of this to actually inform decisions that we make. Once we've done it.
Agree. Any other comments on community engagement? Or do you guys feel like you might have what you need?
I do. I feel like we can work on the tool and maybe at the community engagement, go through the tool with people, like talk it out loud.
Yeah.
Right. And invite them to, like, we can walk through a process collectively as a group, but invite them to go online and fill it out themselves. Right.
Right.
Go online and play with this yourselves and come up with what you want to see.
Be nice to use that as an exercise for a portion of our public meeting as an example. Play with it and let some people make suggestions from the audience, and then we can, rather than have them take all that time to learn it, you can somebody can push the buttons right there and change the numbers and show them what it really means, and then show them what the
Yeah.
net result of it is, which is going to be something like when we go underwater or something like that. It changes that.
Sorry, that was me. I was staring at hissy fit because my screen wouldn't turn on. You heard me tapping loudly on my mouse.
I didn't even.
Anyway,
I'm deep.
okay, so then I think let's move to the next topic of this budget agenda. I have a list of things to focus on, but you had some specific questions. You asked if we wanted to discuss retirement with the sheriff's office. I mean, I think out of respect for the sheriff, he's brought it up in every setting that I can remember. I think this is a top priority for him to get some resolution on, and I would welcome a work session.
But not just the sheriff's office, countywide.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
We're not competitive right now countywide, not just in the sheriff's office.
Okay.
I think there's a good solution for the sheriff out there that they would be happy with, that we could stomach, we could manage it. But at the same time, we need to give that same increase to the rest of the staff who would not be participating in this particular thing for the sheriff. But we would bring you all this information at a work session, explain it all to you and show it to you. If you want this sooner rather than later is important, because this is not an overnight thing. If you say, staff, we like this, do it. It's going to be several months of work to make it implemented.
Okay. I think you're hearing that we would love that work session. Just to frame it up a little bit, I think, and be explicit, sheriff's office is going to ask for FPPA. We're going to need to understand what that means. I know that a lot of content was generated about FPPA and analysis of their plan by a consultant a while back, and maybe staff could go dig that stuff up.
You're remembering correctly. Now, I haven't read through that whole analysis, but the analysis was done on the full-blown FPPA plan. That's a complete defined benefit. There is a subsequent plan that's been created. It's called the Social Security Component FPPA plan. That is very workable.
Okay.
And I did a lot of research on that last fall. I've spoken with Lieutenant DeBiase several times, which is who the sheriff has assigned to this project, to this effort. It's very workable. And we would bring you a lot of that information, really get you educated on what that means for the county, what that would cost. And they support it. They support that Social Security Component plan.
And with respect to the staff on our side of the house, what would really help me is understanding if I had $1, if somebody on our staff had access to an additional $1, would they prefer that in their retirement account or in their pocket?
It's going to depend on who you ask, right? If it's someone who's further along in their career, they probably wish their retirement, but someone who's starting out and has student loans, they're going to want $1 in their pocket.
So like, I'm going to be looking at this through a lens of how this impacts our recruitment and our retention, and anything you can bring to help me understand that trade-off will be helpful.
I think that's really important. And I think there's a large scale 30,000 foot view of this too, which is where you create a program because it's a long-term benefit as opposed to having an option that, do you want to raise or do you want more in retirement? There's another part that says, do we support making sure that people are ready later on? And whether we just say that's something we want to do, kind of like, do we want childcare? Or do we want other things? It's a bigger question. And to me, I immediately think of Sean Wood when I hear that. It's like I start channeling Sean.
Okay.
So could the work session also provide options for potential offsets on the increased expenditures?
What do you mean by that? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know if we do that in a work session or do we do that as we're building our budget to determine where those offsets
fine.
might come from.
I can live with that.
By offset.
I'd like to know their options as I'm thinking about putting more someplace, but it doesn't have to be that setting.
Sure, define offset.
Where might there be programming savings that could help fund additional benefits for employees.
Right, so in other words, stopping doing something.
Yeah, what can we?
Potentially, yeah, or do something less or do something differently.
I think the big difficulty with that, Commissioner, is you're talking about staff, right? We've kind of, we've looked under the hood. We rebid benefits and realized lots of savings there.
Thank you.
We've cut where we can. I think now it's down to staff. And so if you make a program change, you're talking about cutting some staff in order to have savings. So that's a hard thing to say out loud, right? But we're absolutely willing to provide ideas. It's difficult.
Sure, if you're to the point where those are the options, just a simple statement like that is helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
And just to, because anytime it's mentioned, I think it's just important to say it. Fair amount of turnover in this organization, right? We're not talking about decisions about who's currently employed that might not have a job tomorrow. That's not what we're talking about.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. We're talking about if at such time that position comes vacant the next 6 months, it might not get replaced. Right. So it's not impacting a person. Yes, that's a great point.
It's a conversation we've had since I first became a county commissioner and even campaigned for it, which was, we know we have issues with the budget that we have to solve. And that we knew that implied there was going to be shrinkage of some kind to solve those problems on the demand side, financial demand side. And we talked about, we debated actually 7 years ago, attrition as a tool, knowing that it's attrition. It's when people make choices to do things. The argument was made, and it's a legitimate one, that when you just go by attrition, you're just letting fate determine your future, as opposed to being more surgical about it. But at the same time, in general terms, other than, I don't think that changes how you administrate people. You administrate people based on, performance and all kinds of factors that come in like that. And then once you've done that, then I think you can allow, and as we have a timeline where there's going to be turnover over time, then you can allow attrition to allow you to reassign people within the organization without losing them, so that this doesn't have to be, even if it's losing people, even if it's a reduction in staff, let me put it that way, it doesn't have to be anything that, if we think far enough ahead, that requires, getting out the chopping block and just doing it and getting rid of good people, if we're thinking far enough ahead.
Anything else on? We were talking pension. Anything else on that one? Okay. Next, you talked about what new FTEs might we get excited about? I have some thoughts, but I'll defer to you two.
I didn't have any specific. I just knew that in our conversations with the sheriff, we talked, and some of that's budgeted, so it's not really a reduction or an increase in FTEs. I just want to make sure that across the board, even without new programs, that no new FTEs is, if there aren't any traps out there, that the county manager can say, we've really got to have these people to get this done. The sheriff says, we've really got to have these people to get this done, that are not currently budgeted.
I think part of the question, though, is our direction to staff as they go out and build their budgets, right, is no new FTEs.
Yeah.
Without some kind of an offset that covers the cost of that new FTE. This comes back to the direction we're going to give to staff as they go off and start building budgets.
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't think that it would be wise for this board to dictate no new FTEs. I think we need our staff to communicate what they need. Right?
Yeah.
If they need an FTE to do their jobs, we need to hear that.
Here go my question.
And so I wouldn't issue, I think it's very unlikely that we're, if you're asking for new FTEs, you're going to want to justify that. So, okay, in terms of what I have in my imagination, I've said this multiple years in a row. I believe we need an assistant county attorney. our county attorney's office has a lot on its plate. And I think that the organization, when I see my attorney responding to emails at 11 o'clock, I think he needs help. I'm thankful for his dedication, but I think that means he needs help. When I hear that he's not satisfied with his response time to staff that needs support, I just think that that's something we should consider.
We used to have one. Yeah.
And we did have one. And I know that we funded a assistant for Brian. I think that was appropriate as well. The second one is, I don't know if we need this position inside this organization. I suspect we do, but it could be that we help EDC hire. But we need to invest more in economic development and planning economic development. We can't afford not to, frankly. And our needs with respect to what we need the property tax base to look like are distinct from the needs of our partners, our other local government partners, in a way that I think we might just want that person to report to us. But I would like to argue for us investing in knowing our future. And I'm sorry, I don't want to talk too long on this, but a recent comment kind of solidified this in my head. It was somebody in Dumont that was saying, why don't we get a Taco Bell? Like, this is the best you can do. You can get us a Taco Bell. And the reason we got a Taco Bell is because we didn't have somebody, a quarterback to be figuring out with the community, engaging the community. What do we need? What do we want? How do we go get what we want? Instead, we're sitting back waiting for other people to come to us with a vision via land use application.
To deliver us a vision.
We can do better than that. We just have to invest. So
yeah, and I think it's important to note that the CCEDC's bandwidth is virtually entirely consumed simply administrating a loan program, as opposed to getting into that high level visioning and effort to create. And we've been talking economic diversity every single year since before I became commissioner. And we always talk about that. How do we bring a healthier and more diverse economy here that pays wages that not only do we need housing people can afford to live in, we need to have jobs that can pay enough that people can live here. I mean, it's a supply and demand side, and I'm not sure that we've made great progress in economic diversification, despite our talking about it every single year.
I think you're right.
I think a position like that, well-defined and hired for, will have a very quick return on investment.
Okay.
And, the other side of it is, should someone else be originating those loans? Is that really something that economic development should be doing? Or is there a better use of their time or a different use of their time?
It's an artifact of history where it's one of the first steps that they took is let's try to help local businesses get on their feet and get new business starts without that kind of discretion about what are we recruiting to come in that we could give a loan to, even or an incentive of any kind, to attract.
Respond to that because that's business retention. And you've got business attraction and economic development, you've got business retention. So keeping what you have.
Sure.
And that's the focus of that loan program. And so that's an extremely important focus. I know we can talk about who does it because that money flows through the county and goes to the EDC. So we can talk again about who does business retention, but that's an extremely important aspect of economic development, keeping what we have here today so we can add to that economic base as opposed to it evening out because we're losing here, but with adding over here. So
wherever you put it, somebody's got to do it and then they got to get a paycheck at the end of the month or the week. So,
and I think
those ways.
I hate to do like the round of now we're all going to educate you because this is your first day.
I expect it to last for 8 months.
Okay. My understanding is that that's basically a free service. That program at this point kind of has an endowment that pays for itself, right? Am I correct?
That's pretty much correct. Yeah.
So we don't invest in that. We just pass the money through.
There's not county money going into that.
But how we spend it is something that we've got some level of discretion. That's important.
I don't know a darn thing about it, but it seems more like an entry-level position than a senior business development person. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So I think what you're hearing is that we would love to have staff take a stab at how can we invest better in designing an economic future. I don't know why, but my screen is turning off if I don't touch my computer for 30 seconds. And I'm actually like getting irrationally frustrated by it.
Are you really plugged in?
I suspect I'm not. I'm not. Yes, I am. Okay, anyway. Next. On FTEs, I think it's safe to assume our sheriff is going to have some new FTE concepts. And I think that it's probably wise for us to ask him to come and talk about those with us formally sooner than later. Does that seem wise?
Yeah, I think more information is always better, right? So you guys can make the most informed decisions.
Yeah, and I don't want to say to the sheriff's office, no new FTEs. It's a difficult scenario because the sheriff's office is about 4 months into a project that we're 6 years or so into, which is being really serious about fiscal responsibility. And 4 years of saying find savings. It was year 4 that we found $450,000 a year because we rebid stop loss insurance, right? So it takes time to turn over all those rocks. And I'm just a little bit concerned that by the end of the year, we're not going to know the true cost of operations in the sheriff's office. And we're going to get new FTE requests that's going to inflate that budget. And so I think we need to start talking about the new FTEs that he thinks he needs now.
I think it's important. I think in light of, just as an example, the feedback we got at the Emerge meeting last week was, we haven't been seeing people on the streets. And he said, so I'm having to get people on the streets over here. Well, everything comes from somewhere. You take it out of over here, it goes over here. And what I brought up earlier is actually a fairly small ticket one, which is occasional, even rare, so that you make it's kind of like, when the state patrol goes out and puts somebody on the highway and they just do it for a little while in an area where they got speeding and it shuts everything down for a long time, so occasional spot enforcement of a few little things around here that we just never have the time to enforce. Some of the use of the not backcountry roads, but roads upon which people live, and some of the less populated county roads where we've got illegal use of vehicles in some places, just the occasional place out there. And I don't blame him for his immediate response is like, yeah, but I got to get people over here on the east side of the county patrolling roads, and I'm doing that. So where do I find that? And that's what I'm saying. We need to have a thoughtful conversation about those things. And that's what made me wonder whether no new FTEs is really realistic and endurable for very long. And that's just one example of some things that they might need. I don't know how many other things he's got out there that he's unable to adequately serve that's crucial to the community. So
I would respond well to the sheriff if I understood what our response times look like and what they should be.
Response times and things that just never, because some of the response times are infinity. They never get responded to because of the level of, they're at a lower level of need. So, but they're things that left untended kind of fester into a larger problem over time if they never get responded to.
Okay, so I think what you're hearing is that we want a work session with the sheriff to get a sense for what asks he might have and what savings he might be finding. Is that anything else to frame up what we want the sheriff to present to us?
Good description.
Okay. I'm trying to remember from my notes. What was the other, there was a fourth question that you had asked us, I thought.
Well, ARPA.
Right.
Would you be willing to give some direction to staff saying, hey, staff, if we reach the middle of November and we don't have 500,000 obligated, what do we want you to do to make sure that we've appropriately allocated that money and spent it on paper? so that we don't lose it and have to give it back.
I think that we should schedule a work session to figure out how to obligate or how to figure out how to commit the remaining $293,000 and discuss what to do if we have unobligated funds in mid-November. I think we probably know at a high level that the answer to that is going to be to spend some ARPA money on some stuff that we're already planning on spending. Okay, so now those are the questions that you asked of us. I have some things that I wrote down that I want to talk through, but I don't want to go first. Who wants to go first? Okay. This is my list of things to focus on. Charlie's Place. I would love to hear, what is a budget amount that reflects a well-operated facility? Right, that could sustainably the kind of programming that we grew to expect as a community. Tourism Bureau. I would like for us to, I know we have the quarterly updates with the Tourism Bureau. Are they biannual? I think we really, like, I want this board to be very engaged in the Tourism Bureau's budget this year. I would like for them to have a budget that is balanced, that reflects a vision for the future with their new revenue structure. And I think that I'm not sure exactly how to accomplish that. We could tell the Tourism Bureau that for your quarterly updates, we want to discuss budget only. Or I don't know, but that's kind of where my head is at.
Since I've been here, they've built their budget and then just said, here's our budget. I mean, are you asking for a work session with them before they built their budget?
Yes. I would like to. Yes. And I don't know if it needs to be a dedicated work session or if we just say that at their next quarterly update, this is what we want to discuss.
Yeah.
Any other comments on that, or shall I move on? I'll move on. IT. Are we going to be budgeting for a new IT architecture? We had an IT system that we had two IT systems. The second one was serving a service that we no longer have, right, in-house, which is dispatch. My understanding is that a redesign of IT architecture is happening.
It is happening. It's harder than you might think. The systems, the sheriff was set up as if it's not even the county. It's two separate entities.
Yeah.
So when a county employee sends an email to a sheriff employee, it's like they don't even know each other, right? And emails get blocked, especially if there's an attachment, because they see it as a threat, right? The two systems are like, I don't know you, sheriff. I don't know who you are. So there's work being done. There's work being done on that architecture. And if it is consolidated and if it's fixed, it will save money long-term, significant money. But it's harder than you think. You can't they can't flip a switch and make it happen, because you got to make sure everybody can still do their business every day, right? Everybody could still get phone calls. Everybody could still get emails. Everybody can still save documents. So I know there's been a lot of work to try to fix this. And the county manager might have more information. I know the IT director and I talk a lot from a budget perspective, because he has heard you, the board, multiple times. You want to see the spend on IT improved. The amount that we're spending for a county our size, for the number of employees we have, doesn't make sense when we hold ourselves up to similar sized organization. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
The frustration that I get, and not blaming you or blaming anyone for it, is that it's been at least 3 years since I thought we said we're not going to have two separate IT kingdoms anymore. And I understand that it's difficult, and you need to keep the trains coming in on time every day and stuff. So it's got to continue. But I'm actually surprised that we haven't made more progress towards that, because I guess we haven't been talking about it enough to understand that.
I haven't even been here 3 years. So it hasn't been 3 years. It's been more like a year.
And I
It's
have
longer than a year, but
I have a comment on that too, Commissioner. Last year was the first time that I heard the commissioners positively say, give staff direction saying, IT belongs in IT. You pull that money out of the sheriff's budget, they don't get their own IT department, because that's kind of what they built under the previous sheriff. They built their own IT department and they outsourced it. So that was the first I heard, and I've been here 2.5 years, and that was the first I positively heard. IT belongs in IT. And we want to see you make progress on this, staff. And so we're working. And we also have a sheriff now who's cooperating, right? We didn't have cooperation before, but we have a sheriff who's cooperating.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
I guess I know we've been having this conversation about the IT thing for, I will say, well over a year, and not with hostility of any kind, but almost humorously, I was thinking, time flies fast, Brian. Are you sure you haven't been here 3 years?
Yeah.
What was your start date?
3 years.
Huh?
June will be 3 years.
Okay.
Who's counting? What are our next steps on that? I mean, I would like some kind of a work session on what's going on with IT and what kind of plans can we land in this budget year. It has been long enough that hopefully there's some progress to report.
I'm hearing you're looking for accountability or some sort of time-based milestones so you can watch progress be made.
Yeah, maybe you could update us on your progress and help set our expectations adequately for what this project is going to look like.
We can certainly do that. I would tell you, though, that they've been some of their work was reprioritized due to this old ADA compliance thing. That's taken up a tremendous amount of time, which is slowing other things down.
And I know we've had turnover in IT as well.
There's more priorities than there are time, so.
Yeah, I know that bill that passed in 2019 is a big workload.
But we can still bring that work session back to you.
And all I'm expressing, and I think it goes to what Mitch just said too about accountability and having a clue. Us being able to have a clue to understand. We don't have to say, you must get it done by this time, because there's reality and we need to be informed of that reality in order to agree with goals. But I guess the fact that I'm sitting here and was unaware that we hadn't made more progress in whatever amount of time we've been talking about it, which I will put it less than 3 years, but it just feels like it's been quite a while and more than a year since we first brought it up, I'm sure, because I know it was a major thing that Sean was bringing to our attention repeatedly, and I thought we'd made more progress. I'll defer to your accounting of exactly when it was we gave clear direction we wanted to do that.
So I also have to give props to the IT director, right? He joined us in August of last year. We haven't had an IT director for 4 or 5 years. We were trying to use this outsource model where this contractor was said in his contract, I'll serve as your IT director. That didn't work, right? Because the strategy wasn't happening, and the what's best for the community, what's best for employees, what's best for residents, that was not happening under that outsource model. But this IT director for the 24 budget, remember, we cut IT $300,000. So that was a really significant improvement quickly, and he fully expects additional significant chunks of money as he moves through this project.
Great.
Okay.
So I think we've got that one framed up. Lodging tax, obviously we need to work through what we're doing with the 60% share of lodging tax, or actually somewhere between 60 and 90% share of lodging tax. How are we splitting that between childcare, housing, et cetera? I'd like that to get into our mix. Road and bridge, unmaintained roads. This is about the materials program. I know that Road and Bridge had direction when we passed our last budget to work on this. I just want to reiterate my interest in and kind of broaden. I'm hearing a lot of noise about our unmaintained roads kind of across the county. And there's a narrative in my head that may be true, may not be true, and maybe Road and Bridge staff can help me tease this out. Is there a period of time when we were doing a better job on unmaintained county roads than we are today? I think the surface, what I'm hearing is that the surface of our unmaintained roads is seriously degraded, and some of it's due to recreation traffic. Some of it appears to be maybe just because we used to get on unmaintained road once a decade and we haven't in 2 or something. So if they could, if staff could give us a little bit of a report on what's the history of our service provision on unmaintained roads? At some point, we invested in culverts, et cetera. I know a lot of those culverts are now collapsed, et cetera.
We can do that. Part of the answer is gonna be that we can't staff them. Can't maintain equipment operators. It's probably the hardest job we have to recruit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But that's gonna be part of the answer.
If it's a money thing, if it's a staffing thing, if it's a, and yeah.
I think it is a change though that it's definitely predominantly recreation traffic on those roads because there's very little habitation. I mean, there are some people living on roads that are unmaintained roads, but primarily it's more traffic of all kinds on those roads combined with the fact that I know that Road and Bridge used to get out and, like you said, once a decade, every 5 to 10 years, it would be like this thing's becoming impassable, and they'd at least make it passable for a 4-wheel drive truck again, and some of them are just getting to where you can't take anything except a rock crawler up them anymore. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's the answer to the traffic is to reduce it, except that it just means the things that are going there have they're almost like earth movers, so then it deteriorates even more rapidly.
Yeah. So, okay. So, CCEMS, I don't know if this is related to our budget, but I would like to know if there's a viable approach for billing for fire services through CCEMS. I believe that's a conversation that Aaron Crawley is familiar with. And I was told that last year they looked at it and decided maybe it wasn't a go.
Are you referencing the emission CIT report?
Yes.
I remember that coming.
Maybe a recommendation we personally don't agree with, but.
So if I recall correctly, what you're talking about is if a fire truck and an ambulance respond to an emergency call for service, the fire truck gets to bill the patient as well as EMS?
Yes. Okay. That's what I'm curious to hear about.
Well, they are responding for 2 purposes. Sometimes it's to get somebody on the scene as quickly as possible. And then also for traffic safety and control for the EMS responders that are on the highway to create a safe habitat for them to do their work.
So are you envisioning that the fire service is giving EMS a bill, saying we showed up and we protected the road, so now please pay us? Or are you envisioning the fire service bills the person who caused the car accident?
I am agnostic on that.
Because the reason I'm asking, is if they start billing EMS, then EMS revenues decline because now they're paying the fire service and they weren't otherwise before. So we're just splitting the single source of revenue that was going here. We're splitting it between 2 entities.
It could be that there's insurance companies come in. Primarily, most of this comes from insurance anyway. So, because when the bill gets too large and it's not insured, it just doesn't get paid.
Correct.
And so there may be limitations there with regard. It sounds like you're agnostic. I think I'm agnostic because I don't know enough. I'm pretty sure that Brian's an atheist on this one.
Well, I do need to share that their calls for service continue to go like this.
Yeah.
And we're reaching a point soon where we're going to have to add a whole nother crew to have a 3rd ambulance on all the time. And that's going to make that fund already upside down, where the general fund's going to have to start kicking in.
Yeah.
When you combine that with the increases of Chad, et cetera, that fund is going to be upside down soon.
Yeah, and I feel like you guys are hearing something I'm not saying. I'm not saying that we should take a portion of what we're currently charging a patient and give some of that to the fire authority. I'm saying if the fire authority has billable services that they can put onto those bills, they could bill more, right? And I don't even know if this is a budget thing. Maybe this is a how do we work better with the fire authority thing. But that's on the list. And that's my list.
And that's what I was hearing you say. And then I was just wondering what the limitations are on how much you can, what insurance companies are going to say, what services they will pay for, what they'll even consider. But
Oh, actually, sorry, one more thing. That was the bottom of the page. Planning and building. I know that planning and building is, you know, is redesign the right word? I would love to have a work session about what we're thinking over there and how that might impact the budget. I will share as one commissioner that I, similar to what I said about Charlie's place, I would really love to know what it would cost to have a planning department that can bring us land use code updates on a pace that, you know, matches the passage of events.
I think there's a conversation that maybe could be folded into that too, that we've talked about, which is because you started out by saying building, and I was immediately thinking of the building department and inspections and stuff like that. And there was talk, you know, we were talking about, and I've said this since I became commissioner, that I think that's one of those redundant services in the county that as we get ourselves figured out, that it would be nice if there's not an economic scale, there's not a construction in this county to drive multiple building departments. And I'll just be honest, the service that I'm glad Safe Built is there and able to take over for us temporarily while we get everything into place, but that our intention is not to remain in that place. I think we know that. And I think there are other jurisdictions that feel similarly. And so if we're going to mount a building department, some kind of a joint building department could be part of that same discussion. That where all the towns come together with the county and we figure out how to, since the total amount of work taking place in the county can be handled easily, in this county can be handled easily by one building department. It would be nice if we could figure out how to do that and save money that way.
So that's on the list. I'm talking with my counterparts in Idaho Springs and Georgetown about that.
Okay.
We did just fill the CBO, the chief building official position. So we got that filled. And I do think we hope, but that part of this reorg that's underway right now is going to help us get some of that code updates done that you're asking for. So, but we can certainly bring that back and have that conversation at a work session.
Okay. All right. And I realize that we've been under duress. Like I said, we just had to jump to Safeville because when we lost the staff we did have, so.
I know, I mean, Idaho Springs, I think, has an RFP or will be issuing an RFP really soon for building services. And a fun trick could be to just apply for it.
Sure, we're quite ready for that, but yeah, good idea.
We provide those services for them
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
respond to the RFP.
for a small fee.
Yeah, well, I assume the other applicants are charging fees. Anyway, that's all for me. Anything else on the budget?
Not from your left.
I like you sitting on my lap. Randy, is that a no?
I'm none.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were looking.
No,
for notes or something. Okay.
I think I
I feel compelled. We heard you loud and clear, a bunch of work sessions here, some things to look at to add. I want to remind us though that the presentation that Maria and Rebecca just gave us showed our expenses continue to outpace our revenues.
Right.
And we just discussed adding several items to our budget. That's just going to make that problem even worse. We did get an offset question, which was a great one. But I do want to remind us that we're still upside down and that we still have some work to do with respect to what can we stop doing in order to add some of these things. So
I think that what's important in this, I'm glad you said that, because what I was thinking of saying earlier is that it looks like we haven't made any progress because you still see the same shape on the graph. If you look at the numbers along the bottom of the graph, we know the numbers along the bottom, the year numbers have changed. We know that we've pushed that cliff out further. So and I hope that we remember that while we're looking at it, that we have made a lot of progress and we continue to. You pointed out we're not done. And I hope that the public is able to understand what those graphs really mean too, that there's a change that shows where we were versus where we are, that how much that number's changed. So that, because if I were coming in here and I were Mitch today, I'd say, I've been hearing this story and looking at these graphs when you bring them to emerge for, forever, and it doesn't look like it ever changes, and I'd be wondering what's going on if I looked at it right out there on the surface. So I think what you said earlier, that has been pushed out from 2000, just in the last couple of years, that's been pushed out from 2000, about 28, out to around 34. And that's a big improvement.
Yep. Big improvement.
So,
Right.
so the lines are converging, but it never looks like they're converging because of the way we depict it independently every year.
It's Wendy. What else?
Good.
I will just. Let me see here. Where my head is at on that conversation is that, I'm in support of finding legislative authority for an appropriate tax proposal as a solution to this problem. When I think about the trade-off between a service that someone needs today and a service that someone might need in 8 years that we might not be able to fund, bias a little bit towards having good government today, knowing that smart people will be elected to solve hard problems, and that someday the legislature is going to give us the authority to make a tax proposal that actually works in this community. So.
Here.
To me, that's one that capitalizes on, pass-through dollars and visitation because of the impacts that has on all of our services everywhere.
Yeah.
That's what drives our disparity in housing costs and all of those things.
Okay, so then let's move to the next thing, work session to discuss Clear Creek Fire Authority, discussion of a potential collaboration with the city of Idaho Springs and the Clear Creek School District pertaining to the Carlson Elementary site. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marlin and I have had several meetings with the city of Idaho Springs staff and Mayor Harmon to have a conversation about the future of Carlson Elementary. Carlson Elementary really being a kind of a gateway property to city of Idaho Springs downtown. So we've been having some conversations with the city with respect to how can we collaborate together along with the school district to ultimately have a conversation about what ultimately happens with that property and with that school. We've talked about things like finding the appropriate buyer for the community. Can we find the appropriate project that fits a community vision? Is there even time to develop a community vision as it relates to the timeline that the school is on with respect to wanting to sell that property? Are there ways that we can collaborate together to assist them in finding the right buyer for the community moving forward? So this agenda item is really an opportunity for the three of you to give staff some direction on how much of a priority is this and how much work should we be putting into this opportunity to collaborate together again with the city of Idaho Springs and the school district to in the end land the right development that meets what the community might want. So I did end the agenda memo with a couple questions on there for you to consider. How interested are you in us participating in this effort? Questions about the collaboration plan between us and the city and the school district. What specifically should be the county's role moving forward? I think in the end, this is it's the gateway to the downtown of Idaho Springs, and it's really a project that probably should be led by Idaho Springs. But what should be the level of involvement of the county in that kind of an effort moving forward? So again, opportunity for you to have a conversation about that and give us any direction you might see fit today on this effort. So.
Thank you. And I want to explain just briefly why we're starting by talking to Idaho Springs. When we were discussing the track at Building 103, the feedback that I received from the school board was that Idaho Springs and Clear Creek both had strong opinions that were largely the same, but different enough that it made it hard for the school board to work with us, is what I was told. And so I was really emphasized to me the importance that Clear Creek County and Idaho Springs be on the same page if we're going to be talking to the school board. And so that's what we're trying to do here, is really make sure that the lanes between Clear Creek County and Idaho Springs are very well aligned, that we share the same goals and can speak to the school board with one voice. So that's why you're seeing this be sequenced this way. That said, before we get into these specific questions, any sort of general comments?
Well, this was in the public package and I received some phone calls yesterday. So I would just recommend that when people are working with the school district, that you share with them that you're going in to help and support and not drive. Because the first reaction was they want to tell me what to do.
Right. And I think a lot of that has to do with the understanding that it's a given that we know. It's like if there were any other private property owner that owned it, that they know, that we know that they are the major, the primary decision makers on the outcome of the disposition of their property. That said, and then they need to know that then they need to know very clearly what George just described, which is the reason we're doing this, is to make sure we're not sending twice as much communication and twice as many ideas that we haven't even gotten in the same place on as suggestions and ways to collaborate with, and that they're the external governmental entities that concern themselves with things like economic development and housing and stuff all the time. And so we have the opportunity to bring as much wisdom about how to deal with the different kinds of development that can benefit the community to that discussion, so that it's a two-way collaboration. And the school district is informed, because there's none of us that are, I mean, I don't want to get into the discussion of who are the greatest experts on housing versus other forms of development that can happen there, and what's really appropriate at that place and what's best, or, I think the more brains we get in the room, the better solutions we're going to come up with at the end of the day. So it's collaborate. Snowing again. I hadn't noticed that. So I think it's like we need to be really, really transparent and really, really cooperative and really, really collaborative in the way that we're communicating with people. That there's a good reason that George just articulated why these two want to talk, and make sure that the ask for collaboration that they bring to the school district is at least unified, and that doesn't mean unified to become overwhelming, but to be unified, to not be, or to be more powerful, but to be unified, to make more sense, be congruous, and not more confusing instead. Like last time.
To actually be helpful.
Yeah.
I see those three organizations being able to converge on some common goals and move forward.
Yeah.
But you need to collaborate.
Yep.
Everybody needs to participate.
Yeah. Agreed. I'm curious, Megan, we may, if anyone's participating from Zoom who is with the school board or Idaho Springs and wants to offer comment, they would be welcome to.
Okay.
So if you see a hand up, would you just let me know?
Yep.
Okay. So I think the first question.
We already got a hand. Is that okay? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Kelly Flanagan.
Kelly, what's on your mind? Kelly Flanagan, director.
She's not on the screen. There she is.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Thank you. I was interested in this agenda item. As you can probably imagine, for the record, I'm Kelly Flanagan. I'm the treasurer of the school board, Clear Creek Board of Education, and I represent Idaho Springs. That's my district. So obviously that is where Carlson Elementary is physically located, both the current version and our new version, which will be opening in the next school year. My comment in this regard is that I was one of those phone calls that was received kind of talking about whether or not the cart was ahead of the horse here, as discussing district property and collaboration. And I would like to just certainly assure the Board of County Commissioners, as well as the city of Idaho Springs and the citizens of Clear Creek County, that we do intend to have a community process by which we will decide and think collaboratively with what makes sense for the best future use for that school, and very much look forward to including you all as well as members of City Council of Idaho Springs and the residents in the area. And so I do think that it's always been the intent of the district to include our partners, want to make sure our partners are including us as well. Thank you.
Any specific comments about how we can be helpful?
I think you can be helpful by being supportive of the engagement efforts that the school board will undertake, and remain informed, and we will do our best to keep you all at the table and informed of our steps as well. I think we have the best outcomes when we step together.
I agree. I was thinking a meaningful step could be to try to get, I know we do these meetings between the Board of County Commissioners and the school board, and they often have a number of topics on them. I wonder if a dedicated meeting to discuss Carlson between Idaho Springs, Clear Creek, and the school board would be helpful.
I think it would be a great idea, and for this, for your all's knowledge and just sort of key dates, the Board of Education does anticipate receiving an appraisal of this building in the next day to week or so, at which point I think the school board will be more informed around all aspects of that facility and what fair market value is, so that we can begin to at least have more in-depth and realistic conversations about the future of that site when we can start to put actual math into it as well. I would be very supportive and happy to bring back to the Board of Education your suggestion of a joint public meeting between all three entities.
That would be great. And knowing who the appropriate point of contact is for your board would be helpful as well.
Maybe for the purpose of this particular issue, given Idaho Springs is the district that I represent, and Carrie Ann McHugh and I serve as the lead for facilities, perhaps you can direct those things through me, and I will make sure that they are coordinated and brought forward on the Board of Education's agendas and updates.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I will do that. I had been discussing this with Jessica North in the past, but we'll treat you as the point of contact moving forward.
Thank you.
And I would just say, thanks for chiming in and saying that. And I think just as, in the interest of what I was saying a little bit ago, which is to make sure that we communicate our intention and also our knowledge of where the guardrails are, that just like two people that are neighbors sitting next door to each other, wondering what they would like done, or how they would like to contribute to a communication with the city council, as an example. If they can talk together and get on the same page and even learn a little bit about what they think about economic development, so that and both economic and housing development and the different kinds of things that can happen, for us to communicate with each other and brainstorm about what we might like to bring to that meeting in advance is not meant at all as a slight or an attempt to grab somebody else's steering wheel. It's just, in my case, it would be to simply get my act together. I preferred using that word to another one that I wanted to say, in order to even know how I could productively contribute to the meeting and the conversation, just that much. So it's really more to inform myself, to know how I can have the best possible conversation with you whenever we have it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ryan, did your questions get answered?
I'm not hearing any direction for staff at this point.
Well, Kelly, I appreciate you being here. Feel free to stay on if you'd like. You're more than welcome to continue to participate in this. Board, I think the first question that we had asked in the memo was, how interested are we generally just in contributing to success in the Carlson redevelopment? How do we view this in terms of, is it central to our mission? Is it adjacent? Is it?
I think that, I mean, I like to be in there. I hate to be left out of any meeting anywhere, anytime, you know how I am. But so I think in light of conversations we've had here today, completely apart from Carlson, about the importance of our involvement in creating housing, about housing disparities, about economic development, how we want to be more visionary about economic development and what that means throughout the county, recognizing that most of the economic development takes place within the cities. For us to be involved does seem, and for the city to be involved in this particular subject does seem to be within our mission to make good things happen or help good things happen within those places, to be proactive and offer ideas. So I think it's important to be in the conversation. But what that looks like, I can't define. I just want us to be proactive and be able to share thoughts and have those thoughts considered, by the people that make the ultimate decisions.
I think the county can bring value to the process. I would just ask them not to move forward with any preconceived outcomes. Go into it trying to do the best for the community.
I think that's a really fair request, and I think I don't think there's any preconceived outcome that we can engineer because we don't have control over that. So I understand up front that we can't do that, We might have ideas and then say, what about this and what about this and what about this? And then we can find out, we'll either have somebody say that's a great idea or, yeah, we already want to do that, or this is not a good idea because of that. And we'll learn as we go.
I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you.
Well, I share the opinion that this is an important project for Clear Creek County and the people of Clear Creek County. The redevelopment of Carlson has the possibility to really improve our tax base, really improve conditions in our labor market, et cetera. I think it's very important for us to be participating in this project.
Mm-hmm.
The how is jumping right to that question. I think it's important when we think about the collaboration between Idaho Springs and the county and the school district, is that it's Idaho Springs town, it's their land use jurisdiction, and they should lead. We should not lead the actual design.
I agree with you on that.
We should be trying to make sure that they have the resources that they need to be successful. If they're talking about hiring people, whoever's talking about hiring people, we should be trying to make sure that the resources are available. I think that's an excellent use of ARPA funds. It's an excellent use of general fund dollars. My own sort of preference with respect to the project and what's built is very high level. And I don't think that it's wise for Clear Creek to get super specific about what we'd like to see there. I have kind of one thing that I really am excited about, which is if housing becomes part of what's being discussed, that we're securing price commitments on that housing. And I think that's the piece that makes our participation and an effective collaboration with Idaho Springs really crucial, because we have access to LIHTC and Prop 123 funding, et cetera, to be able to buy a price commitment on those units. So that's really, obviously, we all recognize that commercial value is excellent. And beyond that, I don't see our role as being much more specific than that ever, as far as what should be built.
Yeah, and I think it's important that you said if housing ends up being part of that, because it could be the really, really objective analysis of that particular property. It's possible that I could be convinced that there's a higher use for that particular property that would contribute to the ability to develop other property for housing, as an example, due to the economic development value. I'm also, I also feel like it's very possible that it could be a hybrid form that could accomplish both goals. But other beyond that, as a person that built for a long time, I don't want to presuppose anything that developers and builders and the owners, that everybody are able to come up with, especially in collaboration with the city of Idaho Springs, are able to generate. What kind of an analysis? I don't feel qualified to make that judgment at this point in time with the amount of information that I have. I just want to have more information and be part of a good discussion.
There are many examples in short drives of us where people have repurposed school buildings and they become economically successful. So
Yeah.
we have lots of opportunities to see where others have succeeded.
Yeah, and I would love to design a field trip or something, or go to a field trip. The other element of this is we try to clarify like what we're asking staff to do, what kind of direction we're trying to give. I mean, I think we're trying to ask for some time to work with Idaho Springs. I think we're trying to ask staff to be prepared to identify federal and state funding that can be brought to bear to secure any kind of price commitments, et cetera. Is there anything more specific than that? I mean, at one point in my imagination, by the time, if we're in a situation where Idaho Springs, or frankly, Clear Creek School District, is having expenditures related to designing this project, I would love for Clear Creek to be able to help. That's probably the point at which we need an MOU. I don't think we need an MOU right now. Other thoughts?
I had one, but it's fleeting, so no.
So the specifics with the collaboration is that we don't think we're in a lead design role. We're going to be pretty high level about our opinions about what should be built there, and really looking to bring our resources to bear. Anything else?
No, I think that's good. I think it's legit for us to be able to have a very, very high level discussion, brainstorming discussion with an open mind with the city to think about their goals and do that. And would only implore the school board that if some people get together to talk about that, don't be offended. We know the guardrails. We know we can't come to predetermined conclusions because we don't get to determine the conclusion. So.
We don't, but I'm hearing a little bit of conflicting direction, if I'm gonna be honest.
What are you hearing?
Well, I'm hearing don't have any preconceived notions, but secure price commitments if housing's on there. Right, so that's a preconceived notion that housing is gonna be built there. And I get it, we're not driving that ultimate decision, but I will tell you, if I'm a local government employee at the city of Idaho Springs, I have some pretty serious preconceived notions, right? If you're working for that city, if you're employed there, so but I'm hearing our role of support them how we can.
Yeah, I think personally, I'm here to support both organizations, the owners of the property as well as the city of Idaho Springs, and be able to contribute to good ideas. That's what I'm hearing. And I don't think there's anything wrong with talking about trying to make sure that you have housing that functions as workforce housing, if in fact that's the conclusion that a collaborative analysis comes to. And I didn't hear that we were suggesting a preconceived notion about whether it should be housing or not until we've really sharpened our pencils and thought about all that stuff.
That's fair.
In terms of what advice we would give if we have advice to give.
Yeah, I don't think it's an oxymoronic statement to say if there's housing, we're going to want to work on a price commitment.
Sure.
So to be like, what I'm hoping you feel authorized to do is if you get a call tomorrow that somebody wants to go spend some money, that within your spending authority, you feel you have direction to prioritize this project. Do you hear that?
We all agree with that?
I can support that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And same thing with respect to staff time.
Okay.
Okay. Excellent. I live behind that building. That's probably why I think about it so much. I'm really excited to see what that building, or what that property can do for us. I view it as our best chance to, attract families, get students, blah, blah, blah. Anything else? Any other comments from you, Kelly?
No other comments from me. I appreciate the willingness to collaborate, and I think we will keep you all informed as our process goes and as we review our appraisal so that we can kind of move forward, not only as jurisdictions and sovereign governments, but that we are able to work forward with a project that is beneficial for Idaho Springs residents, future residents, and the county residents as well. And so I think we're all on the same page, and I'm glad that that's the resolution of this discussion. Thank you.
And the schools, don't leave the schools out. Good for them too.
Oh, and I'm sorry, actually, I didn't have a chance to say this, but I say it every time. I try to remember to say it every time. Nowhere in this memo or in my imagination is an ask that the school district take less than fair market. And so I want to say that as often as I can.
Yeah, and when I hear you talking about trying to achieve price commitments, I continually hear you say buying price commitments. If the goal is to get there, is that the owners still need to come out whole on top as good as they can.
Okay, excellent. I appreciate you, Director Flanagan. Next is a work session to discuss the Fire Authority organizational review next steps. This is a standing agenda item. I don't know that we have a ton to discuss here, except possibly, answer any questions, Mitch, you might have. I don't know. I mean, Brian, what's on your mind?
You can go.
Well, what's in today's, you're right, this is a standing agenda item. What's in today's agenda, in terms of the attachments, there was a couple organizational charts, and those were actually requests from Commissioner Wood, with respect to what other options are out there. So that's why that is there. I included the WR Communications proposal for community engagement. If you haven't had a chance to dig into that provides both the survey that we used with them when we did our road and bridge sales tax increase, as well as something similar to what we're talking about here with respect to our fire department. And I believe it was the city of Loveland, now I'm forgetting, but yeah, Loveland Fire Rescue, where they did some similar work. They are kind of standing by, waiting to determine or to find out, is there going to be some kind of community engagement survey that we're going to want to do here in the future. I have not had a chance to reach out to them since everything that's happened over here in the last couple of weeks. So I need to do that. So that's why that is there. By way of a reminder, we do have a meeting on May 30th. Item May 30th, so that's the day that three of us are coming back from the CCI conference. And then you also have placeholders on your meeting, on your calendars for June 5 and June 6th. That's going to be an agenda item on the May 30th meeting because our facilitator, Jonathan Barch, is not available for those dates. And so we could not find something that worked for all the parties. So, which would mean if we don't choose those dates, again, we'll be without a facilitator. We're not meeting again until July. That said, I will say that I think just in that first meeting that he facilitated, I think he was quite helpful with respect to the dialogue in the room. So.
Oh yeah, he's great. So, sorry, I was signing a couple of those, but I understood the gist of what you were saying. It feels to me like we should be able to design a meeting or have Jonathan design a meeting for us to be able to participate in his absence, unless you said, and I didn't hear it, that you talked to Jonathan about that and he didn't think that was a good idea.
No, I've not talked to him about that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's a good direction, what I just said. But.
Yeah, I think we need this. I think the collective group has got to figure out who's gonna handle the facilitation of that.
Sure.
But yeah.
Sure, that would be part of designing a meeting, having the facilitator help design a meeting to take place with a task load, things to talk about in his absence, whatever the process he designs is.
Is there a risk of having a meeting without the facilitator?
we're trying to, we've been trying to keep going every 2 weeks so we don't lose momentum. And we're running into a scheduling challenge for a number of reasons. And so in order to not lose that momentum, since we couldn't find the right date, it was to have him design a process through which we could hold a meeting without him that would still be productive. By having had his input into how it runs, because he's a really good facilitator.
I think the agenda item on the 30th is going to be, do we want to do that?
That's,
Yeah.
yeah, and so I'm just explaining what the idea was to be able to do. And sorry if you already knew all that, Mitch. I was just trying to make sure it was clear context.
I will say the meetings with the facilitator have gone much better than the meetings without.
Mm-hmm.
So just to clarify, we have a meeting Thursday 30th at 6. That's the only.
June 5 and 6 are also on the agenda or on their schedule. So
Okay.
we're not, we don't record them or not.
Okay, and just so you're aware, I am not here for that. I'll be at the CCAA conference.
I don't think I have the June 30th on my schedule. Do you want me to send out?
May
May
30th.
30th.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant.
I'll make sure that's sent out. I'll make sure it gets in the account.
Okay, I just didn't know if you guys needed me to do it. Okay, thanks.
On the survey, I think I don't know how this fits into Jonathan's plan. We talked about a survey before he was on board. I would really love to hear his thoughts about, the when, where, why of a survey.
His thoughts?
Yep. How does a survey fit into what I imagine is that he's starting to arrive at a process in his head? What questions do we need answered when, from who? If he doesn't have an opinion, that's fine, but
I could talk to him about that, but I don't know. I'm not so sure there's been enough conversation in the room or decisions reached in the room. You know what you're going to survey.
I think you're right.
Right?
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So, appreciate the estimate. Normally you would do a survey like this to inform a tax increase, and we know that's what's on the table with the buyer. We'll just have to see how the conversation evolves. What observations do you have about those org charts? Or what observations did Sean have? Did he share with you what he was seeing there?
No, we never had a chance to talk about it.
That's heavy.
When you're looking at similar org charts that it's combined departments, but not, there's an EMS side of the house and there's a fire side of the house.
Okay.
As opposed to a dual role organization.
Okay. We do know a bill just passed that would give Title 32 fire departments sales tax authority. I think that's changing the conversation. I don't think there's anything else really to discuss right now. I mean, I think obviously.
Well, I'm not sure. He got an answer on what to tell the group that put together a proposal for doing a survey.
That's actually going to come, that's a conversation that needs to come out of the joint meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anything on your mind that you would like to have an explanation of or?
I've moved in the last day from 50% to 67% of the way through the mission CIT report. So no, I do not have additional questions.
Okay. Excellent. Then I don't think we have anything else to discuss.
Mm-mm. We have an exec session, right?
Yep. Okay, then that's the last item on the public session. So we're gonna go into executive session here in just a moment. When we do, we're gonna leave the Zoom meeting up, but we'll come back and we'll just adjourn. There will be nothing left. So that's it. I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224F for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of discussing personnel matters related to the county manager and the county attorney, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Quick break.
Yes. You go first.
The board will now move into executive session. No minutes will be kept, no written minutes will be kept, and no decisions will be made. We will return here with the sole purpose of adjourning this meeting. No further business will be discussed publicly. Okay, our executive session is adjourned. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. No further business. We are adjourned. Thank you all.